What's going on, guys? Welcome back to episode 121, part 1 of the Offshore Gamescast. My name is Dave.
My name is Dylan.
My name is Lile.
We got many games to talk about today because it's rounding up the end of the year, and some of them are a little special. Some of them are a little okay.
And some of them are shit.
I would argue most of them were shit.
It's been an interesting year. Supposed to be the best, ended up being partially the best and the worst.
I
Somehow.
really had a good time this year. I feel like that's all your guys' fault for playing the wrong games.
Yeah, it was. I was a lot of the so-called big releases that were of this year were just they didn't hit the mark for me.
They didn't work a lot sometimes.
That was also an issue. A lot of them didn't work.
That was definitely an issue. I can agree.
So we will be taking a break after this episode, but we're coming back on December 21st with our Game Awards recap and reactions and fun stuff. I'm sure we'll be talking about GTA 6. That I find it hard to believe that Rockstar was like, early December we're showing it, and it's not Game Awards. It's gonna be Game Awards.
Would be such a power move if it wasn't, though.
Imagine. They actually put up their own live stream announcement during the Game Awards.
Or like an ad the day earlier. Just be like, yeah.
Fuck you, Jeff Keighley.
We might even see the next look at the new Painkiller. Maybe. Probably not. Probably not.
That feels like it got announced and then
I announced it, and maybe my announcement will bring it back.
And if you go to offshoregamescast.com, up in the top right, there's a Game of the Year 2023 section. We are bringing back so many guests from last year, a couple of new ones, and it's going to be a good time. It's a great way to find and discover new games that maybe you didn't hear of, or maybe you just a different opinion on a game that you were unsure of.
And then you can buy all of them in the Steam winner sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can put them on your wish list on Steam and then just wait.
Save all the money that we didn't.
That's fair.
Dave, why don't you run down what categories we have?
Alrighty. Similar to last year, we have some pretty familiar names. Most surprising, most disappointing, best narrative, best visuals, best console exclusive, best indie, and best game mechanic.
There was a shift about halfway through there where you became like the game show host, like telling the contestants what the prizes are.
It's that time of year. You got to get into the spirit, the Holy Spirit
of game shows.
Yeah.
The Holy Spirit of game shows.
Jeff Keighley is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
He would like to be.
Yeah.
Yes, he definitely would like to be.
No, that's how he looks up to Hideo.
All right. If this is your first year joining us through this journey, this is how it works. These categories, we have each put up 1 to X amount of nominations, and we're going to fight. We're going to debate it out. We're going to have to try to convince the others why the game we think should win it. We have to sway the others into thinking, they make good points. They're right.
We're going to yell.
Or Dylan just kicks Dave and I out of the stream and just announces.
Yeah, I have a lot of power here.
And I have access to the
keep that in mind.
So I'll start sending out tweets being like, this is the corruption that's going on inside of our business. We're going on strike. And then you see the 2 signatures underneath. We cannot tolerate this any longer.
Yeah, you should keep that in mind when you listen to us agreeing with Dylan.
His fingers hovering over the X as we speak.
It just ends up being a huge controversy. Turns out Offshore is super profitable and I'm just pocketing it.
Editor Al's been here since day one.
It is also all completely subjective and open to interpretation. What most surprising means to us is just what it means to us in the moment for any context within the game. And just because we say bad things maybe about a game you liked doesn't make it facts. It's just our opinions.
Unless it was factually like a bad game and it released technically bad and it has like no substance. It's probably a bad game.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
Bad
also, I'm right.
Oh.
Lile's right.
Right.
And no matter how heated things get, which really they're not going to get that heated, but us disagreeing over video games is nothing personal. None of us hate each other. I hate Dave a little bit.
It always, as you do.
That's just the status quo.
Yeah. Also, full disclosure, I have like 2 tired American boys with me, so I think it's gonna be a bit subdued today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, instead of fighting, fuck it, fine. You win. Let's move on.
It's not the first time that's happened.
Well, it's also politics, right? Because like I may sacrifice a category to maybe gain some support in another category.
Oh god, we're really playing the long game now.
It is. It's like poker.
And this is being recorded in 2 parts, which is why between this part where we're doing the categories and the next part, which is all going to be 1 episode for anyone listening, but part 2 recording is our top 10s, our personal top 10s, and the official Offshore top 10. There may be some difference in, we finish some more games or we play some more games during that in between recording sessions.
I'm in the middle of a pivotal one right now.
That is why that may happen. I don't know. Do you guys have anything else to add?
I'm ready to get surprised.
If I could crack my knuckles, I would, but I can't, so let's do this.
I've already cracked them too many times.
Thank you for doing that for me. It made me look so much cooler now.
All right, let's talk about most surprising. I would like to nominate the fact that Lile didn't crack her knuckles. That surprised me.
What, that she didn't?
That I can do it?
Yes.
I don't know. Is that weak joints? Is it good joints if you can't do it? I don't know.
Oh, Lyle, can you whistle?
Yes.
That's not that surprising.
Oh, I guess we didn't clarify. We're not just talking about video games. We're just talking.
That is a surprise to me, definitely. So I would like.
I guess you can nominate that.
Nominees.
Talk about your games, Dylan, so we can.
All right. I have 2 nominations that I would like to put up for most surprising. The first one is Hi-Fi Rush, and the second one is Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay. If it was up to me, I nominated 4 games.
That was up to you. You did nominate the 4 games.
Oh, okay. I put down Cocoon, Baldur's Gate 3, RoboQuest, and Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
I get halfway through. What happened?
And now it's that section with Lile. And I will put that disclaimer at the very beginning. These are all games you probably haven't heard of that I put in here. So I nominated The Wreck and On Guard.
I will say, it took me a little bit, but I do know what On Guard is, and that's a game that I did really want to play this year because I saw a video and it just looked it just looked fun.
Stop.
I'm Googling it as we speak. I have no idea what this is.
It's like fencing and like the tiniest bit of souls, but not souls, but it's a extremely environmental based combat and like play around, and it just looks like a lot of fun.
Do you know the movie Zorro with Antonio Banderas?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's that in a video game with a female protagonist.
That sounds cool.
It looks really cool and it flows really well.
And The Wreck.
Yeah, what's the rec again?
Oh, the Wreck. Didn't PlayStation show this off on one of their things? I didn't
Maybe.
realize it came out.
A
Is
visual
it like
novel?
it's first person driving the whole time and weird shit's happening?
No.
No,
Nope.
okay, different game.
No.
Are you thinking
Nope.
of Pacific Drive?
Yes, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
that
thinking
I'm
of.
really excited for.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to that.
I think that just got a release date.
It's sometime next year. I don't know if it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Hi-Fi Rush for me, I said was surprising because that did kind of come out of nowhere. It was just
It
like
did.
it was announced and then here it is. They did the announcing and release. It was like a day after, I think, right? Or was it when it was announced?
Something like that.
Yeah. No one expected that from the what are those fucking games? The spooky, not Resident
Evil
Evil.
Within.
Evil Within, yes. It was a big departure
Ghostwire
from
Tokyo.
Yes, and Ghostwire Tokyo. This is a big departure from the games they normally make, and it fucking works in like every regard.
It was literally like, hey, we've been fucking with this on the side, and Xbox is like, what do you mean? This is fantastic.
And it was fantastic.
I mean, to be honest, I should probably have it on my most surprising thing as well, because, I mean, it's not surprising for you to just enjoy rhythm games, but not only did it come out of nowhere, I really enjoyed it a lot more than I ever thought that I would. Because there were certain aspects of those games, I think especially when it came to the first boss, I think it was the big buff lady, there was that, or the second boss, third boss, whatever it was, whenever she came up, the way the music and everything, it just felt so pumped up in a way that just felt so good. And that is one thing that has stuck with me since playing it. I think I started it and then I finished it months ago, but that one section is just like it just gets you bumping, you know?
And I do want to say about Hi-Fi Rush, which is kind of how I described this game, is that it, in a landscape of like very serious games now and a lot of darker narratives, this just felt like such a bright, vibrant, and just fun game that didn't take itself too seriously. It was just, it brought me back to Kid Dylan, who just had fun with games.
I feel like there's been a lot of that this year, of highs and lows, because I feel like I've found very many experiences this year that's just been having fun with video games again, but at the same time, it's also been extremely like hard focused and critical and very not fun.
And I'm also nominating, as I said, Baldur's Gate 3. And this one's weird because it is personally surprising to me. I know this game was in early access for a long time, so people that like knew about it are not surprised. But it did feel like it kind of came out and took gaming by storm. And I was also surprised because it's made by Larian, who did Divinity, yes. And I played that second one for like 2 nights and then completely fell off. And this one hooked me.
I love those kind of games that are the type of games where it clicks an entire genre for you, because that's what Baldur's did for me. And it's like, now I eventually really want to go back and play those games, and maybe like the Pillars of Eternity and whatever else, just so many highly regarded games that I never got to play just because they never fully grabbed my interest enough until this.
We did forget to mention, we don't just pick a winner, we also pick 2 runner-ups. So we kind of have a top 3 for each category.
Yeah,
with a clear winner.
It's like, I'll give you this if you give me that.
So I would just like to say that Hi-Fi Rush has won. Baldur's Gate 3 is the runner-up. There's no third one. And we're ready to move on to the next category.
No. No.
Oh.
So I sort of
I guess you guys can talk.
I sort of mentioned how I felt about Baldur's Gate 3 for the most part. I mean, I did not expect to enjoy it as much as I did when it initially came out, and I bought into the hype, which can be detrimental thanks to Deathloop. But another little standout for me this year was Cocoon, because when does a puzzle game come out, and I love puzzle games, that absolutely destroys my brain and just I can't help but look at it and think of how clever some of those puzzles are, and seeing some of the mechanics that you can do in order to complete those puzzles and going into itself over and over in sort of a looping fashion was a really cool little trick. Which reminds me, I should probably put that down in my best mechanic there.
I already did.
Well, I forgot, Lyle.
I was surprised you didn't put it down, so I feel vindicated now.
I'm all over the place. But not only was that game just so cute to look at, it did not overstay its welcome whatsoever, and those puzzles were just something that felt so fresh and exciting. And the world, while very, very toned down color-wise, still felt very colorful and with a playful palette. It just the sound design felt cheerful, like when you completed tiny little aspects and you thought that you had no idea what you were doing, you had that little cue just to tell you, like you made the right decision, and it's like, I don't know about that, but I guess there's nowhere else to go but up. There's just, I don't know, that game is, I love puzzle games, and just in general stands out very highly above so many other the games that released this year. To which another game that just released recently was RoboQuest. That game has only in the past couple days taken over my free time. Apparently in early access for like 3 years. It is one of the supposed best Doom inspired like roguelikes, where it's an FPS game where you're running around after going through your general roguelike, room to room, trying to get all the way up to the boss, going through numerous bosses, collecting resources and getting stronger. The flow of it also, I mean, it looks very Borderlandsy with its art style.
I looked it up, and one of the first images with the like just very colorful. I don't know if that's cel shaded, but then also saying the POW.
Yeah, it's very comic booky, very Borderlands, esque. It's comes after another very popular first person roguelike called Gunfire Reborn, which a lot of Borderlands players went to try to get their fix whenever the series gets into hiatus or we get bored with it. And that was definitely fun, but I feel like RoboQuest is definitely the way that it flows, um the movement, the shooting, it all feels very nice. Everything is colorful, it pops, it's clear what you're doing, and just the loop is addicting. And it's really, whenever I'm in the middle of something, or like I'm in the middle of like 5 games right now and I'm not doing one of them, I'm usually right now hopping back in a RoboQuest just to do a little bit more and just gaining achievements here and there because it's just fun. It's an addicting little thing. So that came out of nowhere for me. And my final little one, Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. Probably also, I should put, if we're talking about behind the scenes stuff, I'll throw you, Dylan, to the most disappointing for not finishing this game this year.
Oh, I'm the most disappointing.
You're the most disappointing. They're like out of every single episode that we've done this year, if there's a game that I am so upset that we did not get to cover, it was Wo Long. And like I was so down for like making up docs and like getting all this stuff, and just timing never worked out. But that game, it came and it released. Hey.
What?
It came out and it released, and I only just recently had it click with Steel Rising, and I was playing Elden Ring, and then this was coming out, and this was much more akin to the Sekiro style, where it was much more parry focused and trying to fight. And that first boss was probably the biggest deterrent to any of those Souls-like games that I have ever played, and it took me probably well of 3 hours just to get past him. But once I did, that whole game felt amazing to play, and I could not stop. And I'm still thinking about going back and playing the DLC at this point, because I don't know if it was just like the level design or the environment of how it looked, the setting. There were a plethora of different characters that just kept popping up that was impossible to keep track of, but it all just felt so fun. And
it
just
almost got Dynasty Warriors, or it's
got
like, here's a new character,
and I'm just
there
like,
with you now.
who the fuck is this? but down to some of those bosses, it was such a Souls experience for me. It was so much fun up until the later game that came out.
All right. My turn? My
Your
turn.
turn.
Let's
My
hear your
turn.
spiels before we get into it.
All right. The wreck really surprised me because it also just kind of came out of nowhere for me. I watched an adventure channel I really liked, and they said, "Oh, this is coming out. It's more interactive fiction than adventure," as it ended up being more interactive fiction. What surprised me so much about it is how long this game has stayed with me and how I'm still debating if my ending decision, if I would always choose that decision or if there were circumstances in which I would choose differently. I know that sounds very vague, but all I can say is that this is such a real game. It has such a real life story behind it that I'm just it emotionally destroyed me until this day. There are not many games that I think about so much still that I do with a wreck.
Was it a 10 out of 10 on the Lile cry scale?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I cried more than once during that game. It was really harsh. That was the most surprising in that regard. And then my other game, On Guard, that just surprised me with how fun it was, because I saw the promotional material and I was like, okay, that looks a little bit silly, looks very fun, but not actually something that I want to play. And then I did pick it up because I think there was nothing else that I wanted to get in August, and it was so fucking funny. I don't think, except for Hi-Fi Rush, which kind of has that same just lightness to it,
Mm-hmm.
and I just sat there and was laughing and was cheering our protagonists on and had so much fun with the combat. And that just really surprised me because I really didn't think this would be a game that I would enjoy so much. And that is why that is in the most surprising category for me.
Still one I wish I would have played.
You should.
I'm gonna be completely honest here.
Don't go back and just restate the statement of saying Hi-Fi Rush, then Baldur's Gate, ready to move on.
No, I was gonna kind of say the opposite.
Let's stay here forever?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't want this conversation to end.
This is the most gratifying part of my life.
I don't feel super passionate about my games in this category for me personally, because at the end of the day, if you were to tell me, hey, a rhythm game and a D&D game came out this year and you loved them, that's not surprising. It was more surprising that I didn't know about the games and then I knew about them.
But I think what you said about Hi-Fi Rush, that it just came out of nowhere and then ended up being so good, I think that actually is a good, most surprising reason, at least for me. I would be totally fine with having Hi-Fi Rush on there, because even though I knew that you liked it so much, and then at one point I played it and I didn't think it would be for me, and I ended up liking it. I really enjoyed it. So I would be totally fine with having that up there.
You guys sold me on my own nomination. Okay, but I will say I don't know if Baldur's Gate 3, if this is the category for it.
I think out of my 4, the 2 that I want to root for the most would be Cocoon and Wolong.
Okay, let's just go ahead. I'm gonna delete Baldur's Gate 3 then. I think we should whittle this down to a top 3 and then take it from there.
I'll get rid of Baldur's Gate as well.
You said Cocoon and Wolong.
I think those are the 2 I care about the most. RoboQuest came out of nowhere for me. I just kind of found it. Well, here's what it was. I have this dude on my friend's account on Xbox, and I've just been following him. Like I've just been keeping
Stalking
track.
him, you
I've been
mean?
keeping track of him. He's reaching just close to 400,000 gamer score, and I just go through his profile, and I'm like, he 100% so much shit. It's insane.
Do you like actually know this person?
I don't know how we became friends. It's been years. He's just been on my friend's account for years. I don't remember how. It's just been there, but I kind of look
You
up
just
to
started
him.
following his every movement.
He's got so much going on, but he started playing RoboQuest recently, and I remember hearing something about it, and it came out on Game Pass. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I checked it out, and then I just kind of got addicted to it.
I kind of feel like this story should be the most surprising winner.
He's working his way up to 100%ing the game. There's a lot of achievements in that game and a lot of work to get them.
You following him?
Because it's like an admiration race.
To be completely honest with you, Dave, Wolong Dynasty is just another Souls-like to me.
To you, yes.
To me, yes.
To me, it was the next step.
Wolong is it's a good game. I have no qualms with the game. I think there is this wasn't, if this was your Steel Rising, I think that's a better argument, but your Steel Rising already happened.
It's definitely not as big as my Steel Rising, but maybe when it comes to, I mean, Steel Rising was like very slightly parry. This was like the next level and like much more closer to Sekiro. Because like I feel like Steel Rising, comparatively to all the Souls games I've played, it was my big clicking moment, but it was also the easiest out of all of them that I've played, and I remember absolutely struggling. I just feel like I have this attachment to it. That's like, it's like Lau said, it's one of those things that's just stuck with me throughout the year. Was that a March 19th release?
I will make a concession first while you think on it. So, overall, I think with the Wreck, is it really surprising that Lile cried at an emotional game that is tailored to be an emotional game?
I'm shocked.
Not really. Is it surprising that it stayed with me so long? Yes, I would think so. But I think in this category, I'm more happy with having On Guard on there, because because I really didn't think I would enjoy it, and I did, and that is more surprising to me than the Wreck. So I'm making that concession. Good, thank you.
I think Dave, based on our Google Doc, just made a concession with Wolong.
So I got Cocoon and RoboQuest.
This seems to be working out where we're each going to have a game nominated. It may not always be that way, but
it might.
I think, I don't know. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Your story about RoboQuest kind of sold me on that.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
surprised
I have
by
to
that.
say. Also, is it really
this dude has been playing it for like 48 hours straight too. I wake up at 8 a.m. I check his thing. He's playing RoboQuest. It's 10 at night. He's playing RoboQuest. But he's been playing solo, because I have the achievement for when you play with a brobot, because that's what it's called when you join up with somebody. He doesn't have that achievement. Why? It's insane. He just doesn't. I bet if I were to turn my Xbox on right now, or if I were to open up the app on my computer, he's playing RoboQuest right now.
Maybe. This really sells me on RoboQuest.
Yeah, I'm ready to call it the winner here. Like,
also, is it so surprising with Cocoon? Probably
he's playing RoboQuest right now.
Of course he is.
Right now.
Is it so surprising though with Cocoon that a game made by the lead gameplay designer of Limbo and Inside is so good?
It is, but it's so much better than Inside and Limbo with what it accomplishes. I play Limbo and I go, ah ha ha ha, puzzle game, and it was fun. I played Inside and I was like, this is creepy, puzzle game, climbing, good. I play Cocoon and I'm like, my brain hurts, but I'm still winning. And like, how did I just do that? And like, what the fuck? And like, that's great.
Okay, now it's up to you, Dave.
But did it surprise you?
with how good it was and its level of cleverness, I think so. Because coming from the dude who made Limbo and Inside, I played both those games in the same year in like the span of like a month or two, and I was like, yeah, I finally played them. Those were good games. And then Cocoon came out, and I was like, holy shit! And I kept messaging you, Dylan, are you gonna play this game? Dylan, when are you gonna? Dylan, are you? Lyle played it. Are you gonna
He
play
asked me a lot when I'm gonna play Cocoon.
Which
he was
probably
very
put you
on
off more than it enticed you to play it.
Just look at my fuck. Oh my god.
I'm like, come on. I'm like, you have 3 hours to spare. Just fucking play it. So it's hard. It's hard. I mean, he's playing RoboQuest right now.
Listen. You're cutting one of your games here, so I'm gonna kind of leave that decision to you. But I'm pretty sold on RoboQuest.
Me too. That story's just amazing.
That definitely adds an element to
of how I came across to it. Of how I came across it is very much surprising.
I think that surprised all of us.
Fine.
All right.
Good.
On that note, here's why I think Hi-Fi Rush should win.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, great.
In my
Do I have to sell you,
opinion,
Dave?
in my
No,
opinion,
I do.
if Hi-Fi Rush 1, RoboQuest 2, On Guard 3.
Well,
I think the runner-ups are interchangeable.
Yeah,
so...
we did it. We don't rank
No,
those.
not in my opinion.
Well, you can.
Because we did it. I don't care if we changed the rules last year. I'm still on year 1 where we're like, this one's 1, this one's 2, and this one's 3.
I don't know if we did that.
We did do that.
I don't know about that.
We did do that.
I'm fine with Hi-Fi.
This.
I'm fine with Hi-Fi Rush winning. Let's move on to the next category. We have so much to go through, people.
We can hit a hard pause and go back to 2021 Game of the Year and listen to that shit. Because I promise you, we did this one in first place, this in second, this in third, and then we moved on 110%.
Okay, most disappointing. I'm going to start this time.
This current moment.
Let's
this is where it gets heated. It's not about the games. It's about
it's just about shitting on games.
Let's close this out cleanly by just saying the winner of most surprising Hi-Fi Rush with RoboQuest and On Guard as the runner-ups. How are we all feeling?
Right, good. I like that.
Yes,
even though
I'm happy with it.
I'm not looking at what Dave's doing anymore.
No,
I moved on.
I'm in charge of the website where this is going to be going up and listed. It will be.
That's all right.
It will be
when
okay.
Our one fan goes and listens to 2021 Game of the Year and hears that I'm right, oh boy, they're gonna post a comment.
I'm fine with brewing up a controversy.
All right, most disappointing. I'm going to start this time. I have only 2. I have Jedi Survivor and The Last Case of Benedict Fox. Why do I think that Jedi Survivor should be most disappointing? Because the narrative played it so safe that it was boring as hell, and because of the technical difficulties that I had on the PC. The Last Case of Benedict Fox, unfortunately, also very much suffered from technical difficulties, and that actually broke the game for me, which is why that is most disappointing, because I thought this was the game that was finally gonna fucking sell me on Metroidvanias. It did not.
I like Metroidvanias.
This is not a genre most disappointing. This is a game most disappointing category.
Yeah, I remember you gave Jedi Survivor when you did that for the pod. Just a no score, NA.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I liked playing the game. I had fun playing the game, but with all the difficulties that it had and with the narrative, I thought that after Jedi Fallen Order, they were finally gonna go on delivering a narrative that I thought we were gonna get in the sequels, but they are not doing that. So
it has some really cool moments, though.
As I said, I saw every one of them coming at 20 miles away. To me, it just was like, okay, the people really like the Darth Vader cameo in the first game, so let's have him back in the second one.
I didn't care about that. I cared about the dude who had no shirt on with one arm. That fight. I like that one.
but he was so inconsequential, and he was so stupid, and he shouldn't have been there, and I hated him.
But
So
he had no shirt on, and that made the fight better. It
Oh
was
well,
pretty good.
if that's all it takes, let me
All
tell
it
you about.
takes.
Let me tell you about Lord of the Rings Gollum. That guy's got no shirt on.
And that's a good game.
All right, I have this was my most popular category. I was disappointed a lot this year, so I'm gonna try and run through these, and then we'll take it from there. The Lord of the Rings Gollum. It's weird because we're playing with the word disappointing, not like worst game. And I didn't exactly have high expectations for this game, and yet it still managed to be probably the most disappointing thing I've ever experienced.
I mean, it's your franchise.
That's like I didn't think that this was going to be some sort of like game changing.
Groundbreaking.
Yeah,
I thought it was bad enough when they decided to do like a sticks game. What with
and that's
Gollum?
yeah.
Like, I
It-
get
it's
doing that route because, like, okay, but like, not only is it just another sticks game, which, okay, but like that's not very exciting, and then to do it so bad that you lose your job.
that that's where it was like, yes, I'm not exactly. I don't have high hopes for it necessarily. I thought it was just gonna be like, all right, yeah, it'll be something cool set in the Lord of the Rings universe. Like, I'm good with that. And it was just absolute dog shit.
Yeah,
It is. I did not think this year I'd come away saying I played the worst video game I have ever played.
2023. I don't know why I said that. Black Friday this year. Black Friday has it for $10 right now.
It's
and
it's
that's
not.
too much.
Don't take it for free.
I really debated on getting it for 10 just to feel it. I love bad games.
Crime Boss, Rockay City. This game got me when it was announced. Was like, yeah, all these random celebrities. This is gonna be fucking
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, like I see Vanilla Ice. I'm like, that's fucking stupid, and I love it.
Like, that's one of the few games that we both played together this year, and I had a good time.
I had a bad time. Like everything about this game was doo doo.
It was.
That's a little extreme. It wasn't.
Did we end up like
everything
playing
about the
it
game was
together?
but no, we didn't do any co-op or multiplayer.
Okay, I had a great time. I had a fun time with it. It just felt like
Nuh-uh.
Saints Row, like.
Nothing about this felt Saints Row to me.
I felt you're taking over districts as the gang. That's the whole point of Saints Row.
You also do that in GTA San Andreas.
I never played it.
I don't think that was enough of
I like Metroidvanias.
a thing to call it like Saints Row. Final Fantasy 16. This is a bit of a weak one for me. I was just after really enjoying 15, really enjoying 7 remake, then coming to this and just not getting hooked whatsoever. Played it for literally one night. It was like, yeah, this seems cool, and then never had an urge to go back. Hogwarts Legacy. I said because it was just typical open world that we have seen done a billion times just in a new world for video games.
Mm-hmm.
AEW Fight Forever, I think this one hurt me. This one hurt me. I wanted it to be good.
Not the only
so
wrestling
bad.
game on that either.
WrestleQuest, another one that hurt me. I don't think it hurt me as much as AEW though. Starfield. I know, Dave, we're probably gonna have some disagreements on this. This was so boring.
I fully agree with you, Dylan.
It was just boring. And the Callisto Protocol, which I guess opens the door for me to explain that this is from December of last year to November of this year. That is our Game of the Year cycle.
Which means if you want to hear us talk about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, come back next year.
Yes.
Definitely a game we're going to talk about.
Maybe I'm most disappointing because it'll just end up being a Ubisoft open world game.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet, but I have a good idea of that. Callisto was not scary.
I heard it was just more frustrating.
Oh, I thought you played it.
I played a little bit of it, like a very, very little bit of it, but not really enough to have too much of an impression. But I just heard based off the melee combat in a Dead Space style game, I just heard it was extremely frustrating to play at times. And
It
also, how fucking egregious can a company be to sell you death animations?
I forgot about that. That makes it even more disappointing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it wasn't scary for a game that was supposed to be like Dead Space, space sci-fi horror.
From the makers of Dead
Uh-huh.
Space.
Yeah, it was not. Every scare in the game was so predictable.
Like, cool, you got Josh Duhamel. I like that. I do like that. But, like, bad, naughty.
The amount of times that it was like a jump scare was happening, you could see the little hole in the ground and be like, yep, something's gonna crawl out of there. It's gonna be like, duh. Sure enough, something crawls out of there. It's like, duh.
And sure enough,
Yeah,
that's
it is
exactly
not
what
scary.
happened.
All right. I was disappointed this year. Dave.
I got some disappointments. I'll start with Atomic Heart because I thought this game was going to be absolutely top 5 game of the year for me. I thought it was going to be so cool. The setting and the style seemed awesome, and then I played it and I realized that they just did BioShock again. Like to a T. Like everything about it. And it pissed me off. That's why I got like nothing in my best narratives category, because so many things were just either shit or they just did it again. The main character was boring and empty. He didn't care. What was the stupid shit that he would say all the time? It's like he said some like creepy critters or something like that. That was his catchphrase.
I didn't play it. I don't know.
He felt, and on top of just the story being repeated again in a much shittier version, the supposed open world, you'd go out up on this like top ground open world to explore for no fucking reason. There's no incentive to do so. Everywhere you look, there are enemies attacking you, and if you want to search an area for resources for any reason, if you need them, you have to go to this giant like balloon tower and like turn off the entire connection and security to that whole area to search for shit that doesn't even fucking matter. You can go and get like some upgrades and stuff, but there's no incentive to do so. You could just play through the game that's already not that great. It's not good. It's not a great game. It's disappointing. BioShock's better. Just play BioShock. It's so much better.
BioShock's good.
It's a really good game. Redfall. Borderlands did it better, as they always have. Not only being probably the biggest disappointment ever come out of Arcane, every time a new looter shooter comes out, it's just shit or it's too hard and they want people to grind and it's garbage. And just do Borderlands. It's so easy.
But you can't make a live service game out of Borderlands.
They've tried. They're still trying. It's probably what Borderlands
See?
4 is going to be. I mean, they're going to keep trying. But Redfall, I hate vampires already. But like this looked like a mixture between Borderlands and Dead Island, and that seemed awesome. You have this whole place to explore around that felt so empty. It felt so dead.
Very empty.
Like not even a play on words. It felt like there was nothing going on. Like everything was a backdrop. Like you were walking around a set. Like the enemies and the AI were garbage. The guy, like it felt also way too easy, and just not only that, the technical issues from the second it released were causing it major problems. The characters are boring, uninspiring, and the abilities didn't really do too much to fetch anybody's attention.
That's the thing. I thought the characters were going to be just based off trailers, which again, like of course they're going to market things in a certain way, but I thought I thought there was going to be more of a stronger narrative, and the characters were going to be fun. They weren't.
Yeah.
And the narrative was kind of non-existent. And I also thought, based on when they would like show segments inside houses of like it's all dark and like the way the vampires would move around, it was going to be kind of like more horror like that, and it just wasn't.
They tried to do Left 4 Dead, and it was also just Left 4 Dead. So it was Left 4 Dead, Dead Island, and Borderlands all combined. And it was really disappointing too, because your girlfriend and I were talking about it. It was like one of our most anticipated games of the year because of how much we love Borderlands and any sort of looter shooter that comes out, and it was such a detriment to both of us. And I mean, coming off both, like, I know Arcane can do so many great things. They've done both Dishonored and Prey has really grown on me over the years, despite my connections to the first one. Um, but between Deathloop and Redfall, I'm just kind of getting bored, and like, I just like, what's going on here?
At least Deathloop was like, it had good shooty, you know, shooty was
Yeah,
good. The
I just,
gameplay was good. It felt smooth. In Redfall, it didn't even feel that great.
which is like, I understand. I don't know if it was it probably was a full different team. They might have had help and whatnot from whatever the team that made Deathloop. But like, how do you have Deathloop come out and then have worse shooting in your next main shooter?
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
know.
rushed out.
And piggybacking off of that, Dead Island 2. That was disappointing. That was it's not a fucking island. It's segmented maps. It's not an open world island. That's your biggest fucking problem right there. Dead Streets 1. I don't fucking know. I didn't care. The original from 2014, if that came out, that probably would have been like 10 times a better game, even if it just played it safe. Everything about it, it felt so short. It was boring. I didn't feel inspired to play around with any of the toys that it gave me, and it just I don't know, maybe Riptide's better. Like,
But you can dropkick people.
The drop kick
woohoo.
is good. Let me tell you, that part's good.
Woohoo. I don't know. I feel like I've
But I
been burned
agree,
by
the game
zombie
itself was
games.
disappointing.
Same thing
But
with
the
Dying
drop
Light
kick,
2. I don't think there's been a good zombie game since Dying Light in that capacity.
Dead Island 2 has better drop kicks than both of the wrestling games that I nominated for most disappointing.
Nice. Let's see. I also got Final Fantasy 16 down. I'm also in the group that says it really had a compelling narrative and was going really good up until the second half, and it all fucking fell apart and went batshit crazy. It also focused way too much on boss fights, which didn't feel as fun as they wanted it to be. They have zero sort of effort anywhere else, and all the effort put into their engine for boss fights to make it look flashy and fun and take like almost an hour to complete because there's a third and a fourth phase and shit like that. And it just got so boring. And not to mention the amount of sand that I've experienced this
I
year.
was gonna say, does the sand have anything to do with
The
this?
sand is a big ad. There's so much goddamn sand.
Should our most disappointing just not even be a game, just sand.
Sand.
Sand. For
Dave's
Dave, it
year
should
of
be.
sand.
I wanted that game to be so much better, and it felt. I hated how linear it was too. It felt like their main focus is Final Fantasy VII remake, and they just did another linear Final Fantasy VII in like a crazy new whatever setting. And but like, I feel like the scope of Final Fantasy 15, which was also my starting point, was so grand, and everything about it felt so cared for, and 16 felt so slapped together. I was upset.
Now onto the real sand game.
Atlas Fallen. I didn't. That was. It had a cool mechanic in it, but like, again, boring as shit. I could not give two fucks about the story. I can't remember shit. You just kept getting followed around by this god who was part of your gauntlet arm, and it was trying to be Souls like, and the enemies sucked. The fucking little at like the little areas where there would just be a cluster of enemies where you'd go take them out, and like, it was fun for maybe the first hour to focus on certain body parts to take them out, but then it just got boring. All the platforming was boring. It looked cool with the sand sliding, and it looked pretty, but besides that, it was nothing to it fleshed out and content wise that made you want to do any of it. The side content was empty. Yeah, I did one or two, and I was like, why would anyone want to continue to do this?
All right.
I feel like I
I
also want to add in Spider-Man 2.
Ooh, last minute entry.
I wanted that game to be so much better than it was. It's fine. Like, I enjoyed it, but I feel like in the full scope of what one was and compared to two, it just feels so much emptier. I'm upset.
Do you find that more disappointing than some of your other games?
I mean, the story's shorter. They focus on certain aspects of the story for too long or not long enough. They also, I mean, they're making radical choices in the story too that I feel like don't get enough time to sink in. And then, I mean, I didn't get the chance to, but I did most of the side stuff. But apparently, when you finish the side stuff, it's even emptier than the first game. Like afterwards, you're just even more nothing to do but swing around. And also, in many aspects, it is just another one of those sequels that felt too safe in certain spots. And I don't know, I feel like the charm wasn't there anymore.
All right, I'm gonna do a thing. You think on if you want to add Spider-Man 4 to your already very extensive list there that you will have to whittle down again. Because there's a category coming up which I will absolutely fight for. I'm gonna do this.
Really? I
Yeah.
thought I would have thought Star Wars was like a big.
Yeah, but Star Wars, that is such a personal fandom girl thingy.
That's what this is, right? This is
but
all
as
like
I
a
said,
personal.
there's a category coming up where I will fight, and I'm
You're
happy.
you're playing the politics.
Yeah, and I'm happy
Yep.
to concede this category.
This is a first for us. We never had our third person to argue with.
I am just gonna go ahead and start dropping games. Crime Boss doesn't fit the other ones for me. Same thing with Final Fantasy 16. Same thing with Hogwarts Legacy. Same thing with the Callisto Protocol. Those can all go for me. We only need one wrestling game. Let's get rid of WrestleQuest. And I'm fine with getting rid of Gollum because my expectations were not super high to begin with. And this is not the worst game ever made category.
Yeah, it would win that with flying colors. It really would.
I am gonna keep AEW Fight Forever and Starfield.
To whittle mine down, I'm gonna get rid of Atlas Fallen to start because it wasn't really anything special besides sand sliding in the first place to begin with. And I think the next one is Dead Island 2 because I don't know if anyone cared anymore after 9 years of waiting. Whatever it ended up coming out as, it wasn't going to be anything special or whatever. It was just going to be fine or more disappointing. I feel like
Dylan, I have to say, it has to be AEW, doesn't it? Like,
I was pretty. Here's again. This is where like the word disappointing is kind of the syntax, the choice here. I was, I think, more excited for Starfield than AEW because a lot of
it just felt like it hurt your soul. That game so much
because when it was first shown off, it was like, oh, these visuals are they're hurting. But then like the more it's shown, it's like, okay, like if it's not great visuals, but the gameplay's fun, it's a cool like story mode, like what I'm on board with that. I'm not all about visuals. That's not how I play games. And then but it was just bad. It was bad all around. But I was more excited for Starfield, especially after the Starfield the like special presentation at the end of the Xbox conference. I don't remember when that was, but I was excited for that. And
I fully agree. I think Starfield, I don't think Bethesda is very good at beginnings in any case, but this was the most boring beginning to a game, to a AAA title that I have ever seen. And somebody put it very distinctly, I think. The game, especially in the beginning, makes you think all the time I'm doing something wrong because nothing exciting is happening. And that for me really encapsulates the failure of Starfield.
I mean, I will throw the caveat out there that I did not get far by any means in Starfield.
Me neither.
So maybe like there was cool stuff later, which I know like Dave, you're you're very about like especially the narrative thing
It
that
needs
happens.
to be beaten at least once.
And that immediately for me is like that's
No.
not no, like no.
Because
Like,
the whole kick of that game is to play through it on New Game Plus and New Game Plus 2 and 3. Like that's the
that
whole point.
that right there makes me even more disappointed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that's totally fine to do with like a narrative short game if you have something, I don't know,
I think that's
like
the thing. It's
Heartful
supposed to be a
Boyfriend or
big grand
something.
version of that. Because think about like Nier, where it's like you could end the game, or you could do this, or you have this option and do that, and then you just continue and you restart and you do this again. Like it's a lot of that in its own way.
Yeah, I don't like that to begin with. I don't like to replay games for any. That's why I don't really like roguelites. But I think that's especially egregious if it's such a long game to begin with.
Hmm.
I with the near argument again, I don't know exactly how it changes much in Starfield or if it's just like some like I didn't do that, but I played near and there is the second playthrough in near is like a shortened version with some different stuff in the first playthrough, and then every playthrough after that for like ending C, and it's you're playing a completely different game at that point. You're not
Mhm.
doing the same stuff at all. It's more of a continuation than a replaying.
I mean, that's
And
kind of the way that I look at it with Starfield, and especially when you want to go into a role playing aspect. Because if, for all intents and purposes, and when it comes to spoilers, you are playing the same character and you are restarting again. And you, for me at least, I'm doing completely separate lives. So it's like my first playthrough, I joined up with this faction and I did this stuff. My second playthrough, I'm doing this and that. But along with the choices that you make, along with going through and starting the new game, you get extra things that change the story and for your personal character and things that you can say and things that you can do. That's when it really starts to open up more as you play it over and over again.
I think that can be cool from a role playing side of things,
Mm-hmm.
but the flip side of that for me was there was no like drive to explore. There was no, and again, I didn't get very far, but I I personally did not come across any characters I thought were interesting. And then there was no when you're playing a Bethesda game, and maybe this is weird to just be like Bethesda's reputation, but like even Fallout 4, which I thought was just good, it you know, and then Skyrim, of course, but like those I was more hooked on Elder Scrolls Online than I was this. Like it's this is the first Bethesda game where I played and it was just like I'm so bored.
Yeah, and it's all also all the all the traveling that's just hidden behind menus that are not that easy to navigate in the first place, and then you have to click and click and click to get anywhere, and it sucked like everything out of me, and I did not want to continue playing that game. I put 20 hours in, felt like I did nothing of value, and was like, this is just a time waster. So I'm not playing it anymore.
I'm gonna get rid of Final Fantasy 16.
That was it. We were just playing mind games with you. We just wanted to get rid of Final Fantasy 16. That's what that was.
That fucking worked. You guys are terrible to me. So I got Atomic Heart and Redfall left.
I'm gonna sit here and say I think AEW Fight Forever kind of needs to be on this list. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah, as I said, I felt like that needed to be on the list because it broke you so much. I felt so sorry for you in that episode.
Here's what I'm thinking. I think I want to get rid of Redfall. And I think we could do, if you want to, AEW, then Atomic Heart, then Starfield. I'm doing the order. That's how it works for me.
The order can be your own personal canon.
You're the one who's reverting on
It's-
yourself when you go back to the first year and you do 1, 2, and 3, and you hear it. You're gonna
even if that was the first year, that wasn't last year.
Doesn't matter to me. Don't care.
Why?
I'm an old soul.
Why? You didn't care last year.
I don't remember. I'm old. Maybe it's regenerative, and we're grandfathered. It goes it skips a generation.
I'm fine with having.
What does that mean for next year?
Because I can get rid of Redfall, but Atomic Heart still pisses me off to this day.
Yeah, I was about to say your emotion when you talk about Atomic Heart is so palpable that you were so disappointed and so mad at the game. I'm totally fine with having that on there.
It's so frustrating. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I look at it and it's like, why did you waste the resources?
Yes, I'm totally fine with that.
I honestly, if this were solely me, I might have picked Starfield over AEW, but I do think Dave's this is not just, this is all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Dave's not disappointment kind of counterbalances that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not disappointed that much in Starfield. That was a good game.
All right, so to clean this up, our winner for most disappointing is AEW Fight Forever, with the runner-ups of Atomic Heart and Starfield.
Wow.
All right, best narrative.
This one's gonna be pretty empty.
Yeah.
You can just give it to me then.
No.
Because I will destroy you.
I'm gonna fight hard for this one.
Oh, no.
Dylan is gonna be
You don't even know.
I'm gonna fight hard for this one, and Dylan's gonna be my Aniki, and there's no other way to look at it.
I have just completed a category, and I'm not gonna do it again. So go for it. Dave, start us off.
I'll go immediately. All right, I'm gonna go. So I played Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty DLC, and it's more of an expansion because Idris Elba even yelled at people. It's not a DLC; it's an expansion. So I guess that's in between a game and a DLC. It doesn't fucking matter. But it added a lot to it, a lot to the story and everything going on. And it not only was a really fun detective style gameplay change where a focus was like doing much more stealth. There's a lot of action, but it's like figuring shit out and investigating, and then just giving you a true ending, like a true ending to the character of V. I thought was fantastic after already loving that RPG, but I'm getting rid of it because the only thing I fucking care about.
Such an aggressive backspace. I'm getting rid of it.
Only thing I care about is Like a Dragon Gaiden to a Man Who Erased His Name, because as the perfect culmination of the character of Kazuma Kiryu, and goddamn, I cried so hard at this game. Out of any game that I've played this year, that game fucking destroyed my reactors and my nervous system. It brought back my favorite aspect of the fighting. It doesn't matter to the narrative, but it did it, and it makes it so much better.
But I think we could spin that into the narrative of saying that you feel, because narrative is more than just story, right? And I think you could say that
we do have a gameplay mechanic category. I'm fine with putting that there.
All right, that's fair. But I was gonna okay, yeah, all right. That's really not the hill to die on.
Yes.
I will say the only downside to this game is you truly need to play 7 games before it.
100%. If you jump into this without playing the other ones, it's gonna all mean
destroy
kind of
your
nothing
brain.
to you.
It's you truly need 7 previous games in order to fully experience this. But if you have played those 7 games and you do play this one, it like Dylan and I have been talking about off pod, just how much this is like the perfect culmination of everything this character has been. And he's literally up there as like top characters in both of our minds, because it's just best dad. He is
best dad.
Best dad. It's just such like the way the writing is too. It's they really draw on the depth of these characters, and especially the layers to so many of them. And you've got to love all the little twists and shit. But oh my god,
So I will
this
say
game is
I'm
so
trusting
good.
you and RGG in the sense that I have not finished this game. Um, but I do know that these games do have good stories. And just from the non-main story stuff I've done, because I have put a good amount of time into this without doing much of the main story. From what I've seen, this has given me the most Yakuza 0 vibes than any Yakuza game other than Yakuza 0.
Hmm.
And that is kind of the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this series.
I also want to
Uh,
say too, this is the like first time in Kiryu's whole story where he has not been roped into something. He is out doing his own shit and like pertaining so much to himself instead of just like, all right, I'll go do this. Like, and it really does come together as like the most perfect chef's kiss
it
to this now 8 game long character arc.
I do appreciate that it does not do the typical, which well maybe it does. You'll know better than I do, but it doesn't do the typical like Kiryu was out, now he's back in again. He
Hmm.
is like very much so. His whole thing is that he's out.
Yeah.
Like he's out. He's not risking the orphanage. He's not risking any of his loved ones by getting involved or roped into old things again.
He made his choice. He is
Right.
dead. That is it.
He has even lines from him of just like wasting away the rest of his existence for the ones he loves. Like
Hmm.
it is not about him being top dog anymore.
No. Oh god, I love him so much. And just like it might be cheesy and there might be certain parts that feel like cliche towards the end, but it's so good. Like he deserves them. Like he deserves it so, and it's like I love it. I love
Lyle, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna throw my other two out there because I know
it.
you seem passionate about this one, and then we'll let you do your thing. I put Baldur's Gate 3 on here mostly because again, I this is a weird one for me because I've put a good amount of hours into this, but have barely gotten past the first act because I just keep making new characters and role playing it in different ways. And
Same.
um, in terms of narrative, like I do think this is one of those games that makes decisions and dialogue choices and all that actually matter. Is
Yeah.
because a lot of games that do that is just so surface level. And this seems it everything does feel like it has real weight and consequences to it.
It's a full reactive world.
But I'm gonna jump in and say I don't think I can confidently put this as best narrative as someone who has not seen most of the narrative in the game. So I'm good. I'm gonna cut it. Maybe this would be a different world if I had like finished the game. And the other one I put up there was Thirsty Suitors. Again, not even because of like the main story, but because of the characters and a lot of the dialogue and the relationships between the characters. It feels more it feels real in a sense. Like they feel like they could be real people as opposed to just characters in something.
Which is so crazy to say when you see the
Well,
game.
yeah.
But
Yes.
I fully
Yes.
agree.
Not real in the sense that when you're cooking with your dad, he can balance on his hand doing a thumbs up and throw his whole body up into the air. Like not real in that sense, but as characters, just not their physical abilities maybe.
Their struggles feel real, I think.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Their struggles feel real and grounded in reality.
Yes.
And then I also put in Like a Dragon Guide and The Man Who Erased His Name because Chef's Kiss.
Mm. Spicy ass meatball, that boy.
All right. I'm ready to put the gloves on now.
All right, beat the shit out of us.
Alrighty. Starting with the wreck. I have never played a game that has had such a real narrative. And I think in order to explain why I love this game so much, I will unfortunately have to spoil some things.
This is kind of the
So,
category for that.
yeah. So, if you are in the mood for a very real, sometimes uncomfortably real narrative in a game, go play The Wreck.
How long is this game?
I don't know, maybe like 3 hours, 4 hours. So
Okay.
not very long. But I have to spoil some things. So this game starts with a main character who goes to the hospital, learns her mother has had an aneurysm, and she has been put down as the advocate. She didn't know that. She has a very weird relationship with her mom. And her mom just did that to her. And the whole game kind of revolves around the main character having to reconcile with that relationship in particular, but also, as we learn, with the death of her child.
Ooh.
And the way that they do this is so harsh because you always start with like a scene that's a memory and you go through this memory and she explains stuff to you about what happened and what her motivations were, what her character traits are. But then it continues and she starts to whittle down her own defenses. And she starts to say, what I just said is actually bullshit. This is the real reason. This is why this is happening. And it is such a good, it is self-reflection in like the purest form, where you really just say, that emotion that I just put forth, that's just my wall. That's my defense. And this is what's actually happening. And to go to the ending of the game, Juno, her child died in a car crash with her mother, and the child in the car. And you see that crash very, very often. That's kind of where the wreck part comes from. And you just see that Juno was apparently distracted by something, and then there's a deer on the road, and she crashes the car. And she has the worst survivor skill that you can imagine. But at the end of the game, you find out that her mother had gotten the seatbelt off of her daughter because she wanted to do something. And that's when they crash, and that's why the child dies. So in the end, you get the decision. Do you
Pull the plug?
Do you let her live? Do you try to reconcile with this whole situation? And that's what I mean when I say I don't know till this day if I would do the same thing every time. Because if forgiveness can be earned, because we learn also about her mother having a very, very difficult childhood and all of that stuff, that is generational trauma kind of thing. If forgiveness can be earned because her mother put her down as the advocate, which means that she wanted Juno to have that power over her if such a situation should ever happen. And it's so heartbreaking even thinking about it now. I get all teary-eyed because that game, it really works. It makes it work. Juno is such a great protagonist because she's not an easy one. She's not very likable. She has all kinds of flaws, but you really can see that she is trying to work through it and just making herself a better person. That's why I put the wreck forward. Okay, that was the most difficult one to talk about. Slay the Princess is much easier. Slay the Princess, I think, just works the visual novel very well because it's so different to what you expect this game to be. You start at the very beginning with a narrator who tells you you are in the woods, you are on a path, you are supposed to go to this cabin and kill a princess. You don't know why. You can ask, but he will just tell you because she will end the world. And this sets you up in a time loop multiverse kind of situation where you need to decide, do I kill the princess, do I not kill her, but you can never do the same thing twice. And it's such an interesting thing that happens here, and I don't want to spoil too much of this game because I love it so much and I think you should experience it. But narrative wise, and how they actually manage to tie it all together, but do all those different things and have so many different iterations of the princess and of yourself, and what happens between the two of you is so cool. I love that so much. And Loretta is just an amazing horror thriller where you are the bad guy. And the way that this is told is so cinematic. And you do not exactly root for Loretta, even though you are her. But the game does a really good job of justifying what she's doing, even if you don't agree with it. And
Is
I
that the punk ass clock
love
game?
that. Yes, exactly.
Fucking
That was the
punk-ass
punk ass
bitch,
clock
stupid
game.
clock. Fuck
Yes.
you.
And I love that game. I think that's one of the best thrillers in video game form that I have ever seen.
Okay, I think let's I think first let's whittle this down to our three.
If
And
I
think
if I
two games
had,
that have to be there at this point are Like a Dragon Gaiden and The Wreck.
if I had beaten Alan Wake, I probably would have thrown it on here because very cool. I feel like a lot of similar things to what you said to Loretta so far, just things done cinematically and just the way that it goes about many things is just very peak in how it does it. But I've only done so much.
That was kind of my thing with Baldur's Gate 2, is that maybe in a different world, if more time was put into it and actually saw the ending of it, I'd feel different about it in the best narrative category. But
now I should have it finished by full game of the year. That'll be a fun, different story. But I definitely feel obviously Like a Dragon needs to be there. I think its biggest deterrent is that it is the end game of the series, the Avengers end game, because you need to play 7 games to get up to it.
On the flip side to that, which again, like, I think
for some reason
it's safe
their
to say this is
advertisement
in the
thinks
top
this
three.
it thinks it's a good starting point for the series.
This
That's
is not
the
this
stupidest
is
fucking
probably
thing
the
I've
worst
ever heard.
starting point that could have.
This is the perfect starting point for the series. Play this game and then immediately like Yakuza 8, which is a turn-based combat again.
Yeah.
Like
And
what the
also,
fuck? You
will not know any. Yeah, no. This no. I do think so. I think there's a flip side to that, to where I think it is not a bad thing to make games for the people that love those games, as opposed to trying to make games that are for everyone to jump in and play.
Because I don't think,
I think
this is
it's okay
a
to
fan
step back
service
and
game
say,
either. I think it's a perfect conclusion.
I don't know about that personally, just because I haven't seen it.
Well, yeah,
but I think that it is okay for studios to say, we are making this game for the people that have loved and supported these games for this whole time, and that's okay for not every game to be for every single person.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, I feel the way about movies too. Like, that movie's not for you, it wasn't made for you, that's okay.
It's okay. We're just the biggest fans of 12 Strong here.
No.
What I also do want to say, I think that is a very personal thing. But with a game like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who raised his name, who has so much side stuff that you can do that does not fit the story exactly and might detract from a narrative, in my personal point of view, will always, when it comes to narrative, will always stand behind something that has a tight narrative with no distractions, that just tells its story. But that is a very personal thing.
I definitely think that we will just kind of have there's no like right or wrong answer to that. For me, it that side stuff makes it more immersive. It makes the world feel more lively in a sense that this is more than just it makes the city feel more like a narrative thing, like the city is part of it, or the I guess the
Especially
multiple
when it
cities
comes to
throughout the
these games
series.
too, every town like Arkham Asylum or Arkham City is a character in and of itself, whether it's Sotenbori, Yokohama,
Sure,
Kamurocho,
but what does
whatever.
the hostess thing add to?
Okay, you just
What
mad
does
at
the
the hostess thing?
What does the karaoke add to?
Okay, no, this is the one I will fucking fight on because
What does the base? What does the
of
baseball
all the Yakuza games that I have ever
exploding
played,
cannon
for
thing
some
add
reason,
to?
I got into the karaoke and more of the side stuff in this one specifically. And okay, so okay, narrative. You want to talk narrative? How about with Akame? You want to grow
Yes.
the bond with Akame and then go do
Yes.
karaoke together? Yeah, that's growing with your partners and your
Sure,
characters
but
and stuff like that. And it really makes you
that's a
feel
game
great.
mechanic.
And you go have a
That is
drink
a
at the
game
bar
mechanic.
and you live in that
So
world and you
that it is
sing
not
your heart out.
It is more than a game mechanic, that specific thing, because Akame, who is a very much so a main character in this game,
Mm-hmm.
doing that stuff with Akame, along with the side stuff that builds the Akame network, grows your bond with her, which you learn so much more about that character. That way,
Sure,
that adds an
but that is
appreciation to the
but
narrative.
that is story hidden behind the game mechanic. That's what I'm saying.
And
That's
that it yes, but also I feel that that is narrative. But before
as I
The game
said.
mechanics can be part of narrative because what are dialogue options? What a
Sure,
game mechanic.
of course it can be. I'm just saying that relationship building, to me, that's a game mechanic. That's not you talking to a character. That's just getting points. That's kind of my whole problem with all like the Mass Effect and Dragon Age games too. That when you give them certain, especially in the Dragon Age thing, if you give them a stone 100 times, then they will like you more. What does it add to the character? Nothing. It's just a game mechanic. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But that is a very personal thing.
I mean, when it comes to this specifically, it's not like you're romancing somebody. You're just kind of growing like a friendship bond. And also,
Yeah, you can do that in Dragon Age too. That's
whatever. Akame specifically says we should go do karaoke together. She says that.
yeah.
And so we go do it. That's not like it's not like you doing it for. She says, "Hey, we should do that," and you're like, "Hey, that's a great idea."
It's totally fine. That just for me, that's also my problem with every RPG. That's my problem with every Bethesda game. The main story can become so detached from what you're doing that it doesn't feel like a story anymore. But I don't know about Yakuza games because I have never played one of them.
I will say I don't think that they detract from that. I don't think they sacrifice a main narrative for that stuff. And at the other side, again, for Kiryu's story, he has been just kind of like a little Sparks notes for you, which you kind of may have gotten from what we were saying.
He's been through like 4 Millennium Tower explosions.
Kiryu, according to the world and pretty much all of his loved ones, everyone that knew him, Kiryu is dead. The character is dead. He faked his death. Lots of reasons for that. But he now goes by Joryu. He is mostly I mean, it is kind of silly how like he just wears sunglasses.
and he put his hair down.
Yeah.
Kent Clark.
And everyone's like, who is that? Who's this new guy? But he has been working for this organization that helped fake his death, doing just like jobs for them basically. And in return, they keep his secret, he keeps their secrets, and he stays dead. And everyone, also the orphanage that he was basically a father to,
they paid for it.
It gets paid for, like no money worries with that. But he is also, this means, held essentially prisoner. He is at a what's the word for it? the where like the fake monk is, and like the
Yeah, it's almost like
like a
not a dojo,
sanctuary.
like a sanctuary, not a monastery, but like they have their own space. And it's like he's an on-call mercenary.
Right. And so the only time he can really leave that space is when he has to do a quick little job. Then he just goes back. He doesn't really have technology. He's not in contact with many people. It is kind of a sad existence for him. This game, and then stuff happens, and he's more out there.
People start to
And
recognize
my
him.
my long-winded thing for this was he is now getting a taste of freedom again, and narratively that could come in the forms of being able to do karaoke and the pocket
Sure.
circuit racer,
Sure.
and that is
Mahjong,
his character being able to
Japanese
experience those
chess.
things again.
Because he couldn't do that
Pool,
in the other
darts.
500 games that have been made about him.
He-
Let's be pragmatic about this. You both want Like a Dragon to be the winner. I don't think think that it should be, because it's a tropey narrative that deals with over the top stuff, and I always connect more with like real grounded. But that is also very personal.
What is not real or grounded about people lighting up in fire colors and doing insane moves that are not humanly possible?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
What is not grounded about throwing exploding cigarettes in the middle of a crowded street and there's no repercussions?
But what about truly the personal struggle of leaving everything that you've ever truly loved behind in order to protect them?
I'm actually gonna do well. All right. First, before we finish this, what is our third game going to be? Is it going to be Loretta or Thirsty Suitors? And Lyle, I'm kind of just going to leave that up to you because you also played the most Thirsty Suitors out of all of us.
I'm fine with Thirsty Suitors because that's. I really like the game's approach to conflict resolution, because it felt so wholesome and nice and I really like the characters. So Thirsty Suitors can definitely be the third one on this list.
I watched like 5 minutes of gameplay of Loretta, and I think that it has a cool cinematic style to its storytelling, and I didn't really latch on to Thirsty Suitors, so I say Loretta.
I say Thirsty Suitors.
I truly say Like a Dragon Guide and the Man Who Erased His Name.
I as a surprise move, let me say this.
But let me just say this.
Let me say this. Lyle has not been passionate about much of anything until now.
I do like the story and the concept of the wreck. I do.
And I will also say her explaining the wreck, even that was a little like I could feel it. I could feel that, you know?
I'm definitely a little less inclined to play it now, but
I
well,
can...
that is half the of this.
I understand why. It's not an easy game.
I'm not. It's just the fact of knowing the ending.
I think Dave and I will have more to say about Gaiden when it comes to the top 10 and naming a game of the year.
Probably, especially once you finish it, because we're gonna have once you finish it, that'll be much better for me.
I also think that maybe if I finish it, I would have more of a
as of right now. If
narrative.
you did, you trust me, you would.
And I do. I think I'm okay with the wreck winning this.
I'll give it up for
Thank
Lyle.
That's very nice of you.
But Like a Dragon Guide and the Man Who Erased His Name gets second place.
Sure thing. I mean, I also, at some point, I need to start conceding things because I can't have Hi-Fi Rush win most surprising and AEW win most disappointing and then just keep racking up the wins. So that concludes Best Narrative, with the winner being The Wreck, with runner-ups Like a Dragon Guide and the Man Who Erased His Name and Thirsty Suitors. All right, this next one should be quicker, and I'm going to go ahead and just let the people know this is probably our cutting point for the day. I have to go to work. So part 2, we'll have a week's worth of experience for new perspectives.
I mean,
Uh,
best console will be super quick.
that also will be. Maybe
Yeah.
we can get both of those. Best visuals. I put Hi-Fi Rush because that game has a fucking style to it,
Mhm.
and I am a sucker for those bright, vibrant, colorful. It adds a whole like lightheartedness and just feel goodingness to it.
Daytime game.
Yeah, I get daytime game vibes from that. You're not outside a lot, but when you are, Final Fantasy 16, I think the Final Fantasy games always impress visually,
Mhm.
if not anything else with 16.
Hi, Finny.
And again, Thirsty Suitors is very much an art style thing, but it has a fucking style to it. It's weird, but cool, and that
So
it's yes. I'm not good with words when it comes to describing visual art, so I'm just gonna go with weird and cool and
that's
leave it at
fine.
that.
I only have 3 and I can go through them very quickly. For Solace, I think for a team of 10 people, this game is absolutely stunning. This is my realistic graphic pitch. It just looks amazing. Even if the game wasn't that super duper. The Pale Beyond just has the most beautiful art style out of all of these. It's very painted and it so much fits the like icy environment that they're in, and the ship is super interesting to look at, and everything is just extremely beautiful. And I also have Thirsty Suitors because it's just batshit crazy, and
Yes,
it yeah, it is, and it's so good.
Oh, my turn. I got a couple. Finney's out of here. I put down Lies of P, because when you get down to some of those environments and looking out at the vast, like, just landscapes that they've created, it's really gorgeous, especially with the colors. A lot of the rock too. It's really nice to look at the rock. They look the rocks look crisp.
I don't
The
remember
stones look
Dwayne
crisp.
Johnson in this game.
He looks crisp in it. It does look nice. I mean the characters too. I just this it's not compared to some of the other games I've played as high on like that realism scale, but it's a very very nice looking game. Especially one too. I feel like Liza P was covered a lot, and then I feel like people forgot about it, and then it came out, and not many people talk about how good it looks. Looks really good. Ravenlock I feel like is an easy one, and also an easy one to just kind of like scoop out of the way as well. I loved Echo Generation and that sort of voxel art style, and I thought it would again just looked really cool in Ravenlock, and I had a good time with it.
It did look cool. I do think it was better in Echo Generation.
I think it was too. I think there is. I still have the scene in Echo Generation from the beginning when you're leaving the back of the barn and you're running from left to right and you just see the different hues of the sunset, and like that's something that still sticks out to me. It's gorgeous. Um, Next up there, I put Alan Wake 2. I've only played so much of it, but holy shit, that's a good fucking looking game. And not to mention too, with it has Remedy loves doing shit visually with their games on top of the same thing that they did in Control, where it had like the overlay of like sort of visuals, where it was like numerous things overlaid, not only in game but in cutscene. There's a lot of live action stuff as well. You can go up to certain TVs, especially I think in chapter 4 or 3, and it immediately you're watching a live action clip of all the actors that are mocapped in and like are the same as the characters in game, and it's really cool to bounce back. They really play with that a lot. There's some again with the overlaying in the gameplay, there are things called echoes where you kind of line them up and you see sort of like what happened in the past, and like these jumping around. Sometimes you just see a giant Sam Lake face and it's just really funny. But I think on top of that, just Remedy stands out with their design of the visuals when it comes to setting up a scene and just how they execute everything else on top of it. It's so good. It's so good. Um, my next one to go along with that is Dead Space from earlier this year. I think the atmosphere was they fucking nailed that shit, just like in the original. Like it was just creepy and uncomfortable, and I think they did a really good job just enhancing the visuals to a point, and just the fog effects, everything was shiny but still rusty and creepy. It was really, really, really good. Octopath Traveler 2 is another easy one. I am addicted to that sort of art style. I love pixel shit. Looks really nice, but I feel like it's also a low one for me. I also didn't fully finish that game, and it's kind of fallen to the wayside. But I love that sort of art style, and it's just so pretty. And my last one is Hi-Fi Rush for almost a similar reason to Alan Wake, is because not only does it look really pretty and vibrant, but I love the shifting between the cutscenes and the gameplay of how they try to make it look almost exactly the same when it goes from core gameplay to a cutscene through like a window or through something like that. I think it's really, really cool looking to see.
I don't. Maybe this is not a visual thing, but I feel like it kind of is. How they also with like cutscenes and everything, and not even cutscenes, but the whole game, the way that like everything is always moving or lines up to the beat of whatever music is at, which I know is also kind of, we're talking about audio then, but it
Mm-hmm.
also does good visual cues and everything with the audio.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it very much pains me to do this. Belula, know that you are the winner of my heart. Your game is absolutely beautiful, but I know these guys won't agree with me, so I'm gonna get rid of the Pale Beyond and for Solace for this one. And leave Thirsty Suitors in.
Let me get a look at the Pale Beyond again before we officially.
I'm getting rid of Liza P.
I'm okay with getting rid of the Pale Beyond.
It's such a beautiful game.
I know
they don't know
also,
what they are talking about.
It's. I was just about to say, I know it's also a lot different looking at pictures compared to actually playing it and seeing it.
I mean, to be fair, it is also a visual novel, so you do look at pictures a lot, and not at a lot of animation.
Final Fantasy 16. It sounds like if we're going for realism with graphics and like that visual side of things, it sounds like Alan Wake 2 kind of takes it.
I think Alan Wake 2 does deserve a spot, but I do number one. I think there are more interesting choices just because Alan Wake does go for the realistic approach, and we don't have to nominate a realistic looking game and make the state of the game industry even worse. So we can go with with something a little more stylized, I think.
I will say for it, not only with it going for a realistic style, how it plays with so many different versions of it, not only with the overlapping, but jumping. Remedy's always loved their live action. Just
I agree. I totally agree with you. I think it should be on this list.
Mm-hmm.
So is our 3 then? I mean, depends on how you feel about this, Dave, but is our 3, and then we pick a winner from there? Is it Hi-Fi Rush, Thirsty Suitors, and Alan Wake 2?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's again, Dave, I don't know how you feel about this. I'm between Hi-Fi Rush and Thirsty Suitors. I don't know how you feel about Alan Wake 2 necessarily winning. If I had to choose between all of these, I would put Hi-Fi Rush up there, but I would be okay with Thirsty Suitors.
I'm fine with Hi-Fi Rush being up there. It has such a distinct, unique style, and I think that should be praised. And Thirsty Suitors, you can tell they don't have that kind of budget.
Dave, are
to
you
make it
stewing
look
on
super
Alan Wake
polished.
2?
I don't know how much all of the sides, like little aspects of Hi-Fi Rush, like affect me too much. Like everything bouncing and whatnot, it all looks nice. I enjoy how it transitions from cutscenes into gameplay and back and forth, but and it's hard too because I feel like Alan Wake is still so current and still like in like a slight honeymoon phase.
That is weird, which is I was gonna say with like we'll see where my game of the year ends up being, but with me
Yeah.
enjoying Gaiden so much, that also recency bias is so hard to fight.
Because when I think about Hi-Fi Rush and when I think about Alan Wake, if I were to like think about what I think about more when I think of visuals, I don't think of Hi-Fi Rush. When I think Hi-Fi Rush, I think of like the cool moments, and I think of the rhythm game. When I think of Alan Wake, I think of the visuals and the survival horror. So I feel like I would lean more towards Alan Wake than Hi-Fi Rush, at least just for me. But
That
if I'm
is,
going to be overpowered by two
you are,
people,
I think.
You are.
then
I was gonna say the complete opposite. When I think like the best visuals category for me, ever since like the thought process of what games are gonna be nominated, and everything, this category for me was kind of it's Hi-Fi Rush. Like that was, at least just in my head, that was like,
The
yeah,
Pay Beyond.
that.
No. We are overpowering Dave. We are saying Hi-Fi Rush. And then he's going to do his thing of nominating Alan Wake for second place.
second place, Alan Wake 2. Alan
I do
Wake 2
think-
place.
I will say, I think at some point, Lyle, we're gonna have to concede to Dave somewhere because he's been doing a lot of conceding.
That's true.
He-
I know
he's
where I'm
saving
going
it
to
for game of the year.
I think I know where I'm going to concede to him.
I'm going to fight in Game of the Year. I'm definitely going to fight in Game of the Year. I got a lot of games that I enjoy.
So cleaning it up, best visuals winner is Hi-Fi Rush, followed up with the runner-ups of Alan Wake 2 and Thirsty Suitors. And we do have time for best console exclusive because I don't think any of us are super passionate about a console exclusive from this year.
No,
Nope.
there's already a winner that's already it's overpowered.
Well, I guess let's each say what our nomination was and then talk about something else real quick. Because so I put Super Mario Brothers Wonder on the Switch.
I put Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation.
I also put Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation, but I have not played Spider-Man 2 because I do not own a console. So I have only watched a Let's Play of this.
I quite enjoyed Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Dave, you put Spider-Man as a last-minute thing and most disappointing.
I did for certain reasons. I also had a lot of fun with it too. I mean, the web wings were a really fun addition, different adjustments to being able to swing and swing differently. Were really at like it does on the surface. It doesn't look like it's too much, but it really does add to just the general core of the swinging. They added like another third or half of the map to be able to explore. And a lot of the new side activities were much more enjoyable than in the first game.
I will say
most of my faults come with it being narrative.
I'm not exactly super passionate about Mario winning this category. I enjoyed it. I've always enjoyed 3D Marios more than 2D Marios.
I mean, shouldn't we just say they both win because none of you, we don't care.
We need a winner.
And we need a second place.
And we need a third, which we don't currently have. I was just going to go in and say I'm fine with Zelda being in the top 3.
Oh God, yeah, Zelda. Is that?
Hold on. Let me get rid of Spider-Man. I completely forgot. No, Zelda's my choice.
Dave, how could that not be in there? I mean, I'm wins tired, now. Man.
I'm tired. Yeah, no, that's my winner. That's the winner. It's what are we talking about?
I'm also fine with I have a weird relationship with this game. Don't put Breath of the Wild.
I know. Oh.
I think because I mean it is weird because our game of the year is not necessarily it's what we want, right? It's our personal enjoyment of the games, but I do think that Tears of the Kingdom is an incredible game. It just wasn't the game for me this year.
Oh no, that was an incredible game. That was a game for me this year.
But yes, like are we just gonna call Zelda the winner?
Zelda's the winner.
Yes.
Oh my God, that game was great. I loved that game so much more than Spider-Man. I completely forgot. What the fuck? And I even wrote it in a different category. Oh my Lord.
And
also
then
'cause
we have
Xbox didn't
Mario
have
and
anything
Spider-Man.
personal.
That's Syrup Man. Syrup Man.
Syrup
Condiment
Man.
Man. Condiment Man. That's a real thing, right? That's like a
Condom
joke
Man.
character in
Probably.
Batman.
Yeah, Condiment King.
All right, so best console exclusive. The winner is The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, with runner-up Super Mario Brothers Wonder and Spider-Man 2. Nintendo owns the console exclusive category. I think
Yet
it
again.
won last year with Pokemon too, didn't it?
Probably.
And all right, and now that is where part 1 is going to cut it. For anyone listening to this, part 2 is going to start almost immediately for you. You don't have to do a single thing. It's all one episode, but we will be coming with a week's more of knowledge and experience and thoughts to bring to the table. So part 2, the rest of this episode, will have our best indie winner, our best game mechanic winner, and our personal top 10s, along with Offshore Gamescast top 10 games of the year, with, of course, Game of the Year being number 1.
Long ass fucking episode.
We don't even have to say goodbye. Just see you in a second.
In a second.
And I'm Dave in a different shirt.
I'm Dylan, and I think it's a different shirt.
It better be.
I'm Lile, and I'm definitely in a different pullover.
We didn't need to. It's the same episode. We didn't need to reintroduce ourselves.
But now people know that we haven't recorded this on the same day.
Can you make this episode specifically like how they do in news interviews, where it's like every 45 to like 90 seconds they re-put up like who they are on screen and how old and whatnot, and it's just like, yeah, I got it, but just in case they tuned in at like now, it's just like, by the way, this is who it's like, oh, okay.
Every
time. You have a different quote in the lower third every time.
That's what I was going to say. Like, our little description is going to change every single time.
Love the idea.
Consumer of 436 episodes of Dirty Jobs. A couple seconds later, consumer of 437 episodes of Dirty Jobs.
You watched an episode in 45 seconds?
I got a bunch of tabs open here, man.
What, do you have it set for like a different minute in a million tabs, and then you just hit play, and then you can consume a whole episode in a minute?
It's either that, or I just go to the ×8 speed. With captions, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Are we talking about best indie or what?
Yes, best indie.
Best independent Dirty Job.
Viewfinder is my first nomination.
Is this that
Mostly
picture one?
It's the picture one. Yes.
I really wanted to play that.
It is a really good puzzle game, and it, even going into it knowing the whole mechanic of like, oh, you take a picture of something in the environment, and then you have that whole picture, and you place it down, and just plops it into the whole level, like the entire picture. I knew that mechanic, but then once I like really started to get into it, I was still like
scared.
I was so scared. I got into a little ball in the corner. I was just terrified. It still was like, I specifically remember my girlfriend was in the room looking at her and being like, this is fucking awesome. This is so cool. It's so impressive.
And
so that's mostly why.
I know I played it, and we talked about it before. Did you ever play Superliminal?
I've seen some videos of Superliminal, but I've not played it myself.
Because at least from what I can think of off the top of my head, that's like the other big like perspective-based puzzle game, and I loved that one.
You would enjoy Viewfinder.
Mm-hmm. Definitely think it's sick.
I also did Thirsty Suitors.
You 100%ed it.
I did 100% it. Not all the achievements, but I got S rank in all the skateboarding challenges. I got 3 stars in all the cooking recipes, and I maxed out my suitor level with all the suitors except for one guy because he bailed.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a way to prevent that. I don't know if you have to like flirt with him and then he stays.
Yeah, I thought so too, but he says come with me. So I was like, am I gonna bail if I flirt with him now?
I didn't like him anyway.
but he has the best. He has the best song. I do encourage you.
Oh
to...
my, yes.
Yes.
His name is
Go
Bruno.
Go Bruno.
Yeah. They'll be like doing that in the background. Bruno. It was very good.
Yeah.
The writing in this game is so good. It does such a good combination of Lyle. I think you put it perfectly in whatever category we were talking about it last time, where the characters and their struggles feel very real, very grounded, and then it's just put into this wacky ass crazy world that they're in.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
what I love
super
about it.
sassy.
It's great. I love it. I love
Yes.
Fantasy Suitors.
And I did initially have Coral Island on here, and I'm actually gonna get rid of that because that game came out of early access and it was great for the first little bit, and then it quickly became this game's broken and should not have come out of early access. So
Oh, really?
oh yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
I had not heard that. That sucks.
Like even I was initially playing on Xbox because Game Pass, and it was to a point where I had to switch to PC because on Xbox you would enter a cutscene and the game would just die, and then it puts you back to the beginning of that day, and you cannot do anything about it. This was not just like a me thing. You look it up and everyone is like, "Yeah, no,
Wow.
I couldn't keep." So I went to PC, but then that was having other technical issues, and my girlfriend played a lot more than I did, and then she was having even worse technical issues. So it was just I'm replacing that with Cocoon, and I'll let you talk about Cocoon, Dave.
See, I was gonna see if I wanted to add another game to my list because now that I know the rules based off indie developers, I'm checking their LinkedIn to see how many heads we got.
That's
rules.
that's my rule. That's not the rule for indie games.
That's the rule. That's what they say. You have to see how many people, and this game. It's not Cocoon. I'll talk about this second, but this developer has 11 to 50. That's not that much. That feels small. Feels indie.
Sure, put it on there.
All right, we're talking about RoboQuest.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
this is one of those games that came out of early access also very recently, and that's also kind of what got me thinking about it. It popped out, I think mid-November, but it was in early access. It was it's like for like 3 years or something. I don't know how I'd never heard of it, but there's like some level of addiction that has taken over me when it has come to just prolonged spurts of playing this game.
Are you still checking the guy's
Every day.
activity?
Every day. Like, I don't even have to go deep into his profile anymore. I can just go over and like click on him and like bring up like the quick tab, and I see that he hasn't gained any new achievements or gamer score, and I know, all right, he's still working on those last 3. I'm like, all right, I don't even, but he's playing it. He's been playing it. I did check yesterday. I think I have about, like a general 9-10 hours personally in the game, and he's roughly at reaching 8 days. So respect.
That's a lot of days.
Oh yeah, he's 3 achievements away out of the 76. I just got halfway there, but it's good. This is a good fun game. It's a mix of that fast paced Doom like shooter with the colorful aesthetics that capture fans of a Borderlands game. Are you gonna sneeze?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not happening.
Do it.
Mm-mm. It's not happening.
Peer pressure. You won't.
Look at a bright light. I don't remember if that makes you sneeze or
I
makes you
have
go
2
away.
bright lights in my
It
face.
does make you sneeze.
Stare directly at them. It's really good for the eyes too.
They say look at the sun. If you look at your son, you sneeze every time.
I don't.
Your son?
Yeah.
That's some fucking flat Earth shit.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Please continue.
So anyway, the only other real experience I feel like that I've had when it comes to roguelike FPSs, I think would probably have to be Mother Gunship, and that I fell off so fast and so hard that I was extremely skeptical of enjoying this, but it's gotten under my skin with all the different upgrades and powers that you can get, numerous classes that you acquire through playing. Like in the runs, you have to do certain, you know, optional objectives and side collectibles and side routes in order to do a lot of cool stuff and unlock things. And I feel like just the general grind and flow of the gameplay is just so smooth, and it's just so good. And I haven't beaten it yet. I came real close the other night. It was 4 a.m. I came real close the other night. You were 100% in Thirsty Suitors. I was up there trying to.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, that was. It
I
was a
checked.
late night. I didn't realize you were up.
Oh yeah, I checked my friends list. It was 4 a.m. I was this close to getting to the final boss. You were 100% in Thirsty Suitors. He was
Yeah,
playing RoboQuest as well. It's just, you know,
I didn't
everyone.
finish until like 5:30.
Yeah, I think I went to bed at around 4:30. I tried
Yeah.
to be a good boy, but that game.
Tried to go to bed early, 4:30 a.m.
Try to be a good boy. I'm addicted to it at the moment, and there's still so much more for me to do. And I think one of the coolest like little side grinds that's like a fun thing to keep track of is there's this little part of the base camp called the museum where it kind of tracks a whole bunch of different like pictures and cards and stuff of different guns and enemies and whatnot throughout the game. So they're just kind of extra little collectibles, but there's an entire table of like little Polaroids of every single enemy. And every single enemy in the game has a chance to drop their picture. So you're just collecting them, and like you might get some in your run, you might not.
Like Pokemon.
Yeah, you just you hope, and all of a sudden you see a picture drop. You're like, oh shit, I don't have that one, and you get that picture. Um, the weapons have like I think there's a certain amount of enemies per weapon that you need to kill for it to like reach like not
Evolve like Pokemon.
not evolve, not like prestige it, but like it reaches like the amount, and then you get like a little card in the museum as well. So it makes you kind of want to try every single weapon just to unlock them and have it all filled up. But it's good fun, good fun, good. I also play Planet Alana. To be blatantly honest, I don't really remember it too much except for the ending. I thought the ending was super sweet. I really liked it. But, you know, off the top of my head, I can't really remember too much besides walking to the right side of the screen and having a cute little guy that, you know, you had to take care of. And I feel like that's just a lot of games. I feel like Jasant was the same way. You're just a dude and you're going forward and up, but you just got a little guy you got to take care of, and that's just what you're doing, you know? I liked it.
Doesn't sound like it holds the same weight as the others.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. So back to Cocoon.
Yeah.
This is like best puzzle game I've played all 5 years. I don't know. I haven't enjoyed a puzzle game this much since probably Numa. And you know, it's so simplistic in everything that it does, in the art style, in just it's a single button. Granted, you use like the left stick to move around, but it's a single button to do everything that you need to do, and does some of the coolest and complex puzzles that I've seen with just a single button. And that just makes my mind feel like it's soup. But I'm still progressing.
It was one of those games that, well, a couple things. First, if while you're solving the puzzles, I found that just letting your like just brain naturally be like, okay, gotta do this. Because once I started to really think about like, okay, hold on, the green orb is in the orange orb, but then those are in the white one, and I'm in the purple. But if I jump out, I'm gonna jump out and see. Once I like really started to think about it, I was like, no, that's not working.
It's a lot. And when realize that you have like a puzzle in each of the orbs at the same time that you need to jump in and out of to complete, you're like, oh, okay, what was I doing?
I know exactly where that point happened, where my brain broke. That was when you had to put up the golden bridge because you had to use like the dimensional rift that appears in like one of the orbs where you can go into, but then you can come out of that dimensional rift instead of an orb. That was when my brain went like, nope, I no longer understand what I'm doing. I'm just doing it.
I think that was the same. I think that's where you start to get like, because of the hopping between the worlds and the, I guess, dimensions, whatever you want to call it. I think it's the same moment where you start to have like, hold on, I'm in
Yeah.
I'm in the green orb, but I have a green orb.
Yep.
How?
I'm in an orb with the orb that I'm in. Like,
Yes. It is just from straight up that like a gameplay design and puzzle design perspective, extremely impressive. I don't know how. And then it's also, they do such a good job of, like I said, there's one button, it's so simple.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no tutorial. They never have to teach you how to do anything. It just naturally kind of teaches you and then builds upon it in a way that never felt too difficult or overwhelming.
All it really
it
does,
it wasn't too easy either. It was like the perfect balance.
all it really does is just gives you this little chime letting you know that whatever you've just done was the right thing. And it just like it's like a little hooray. Like, it feels good. It's like, oh shit, I did it. Like, oh, all right, I don't get it, but okay.
Or then, even when it like, once you get like two orbs across something and then like the bridge falls apart or something, or the platform leaves, and you know, okay, I got everything here.
Mm-hmm.
And even finding the moon things.
Yeah.
That was a fun little side thing. I got them all. There was no payoff. I thought there would be.
Oh, I got a couple.
I don't think you have. You seen the ending without them?
Oh, there's different endings?
Mm-hmm.
No.
There is even an ending that goes beyond finding those things. You have to do something even more crazy, and then you get another 2-second clip of something else happening.
I mean, to be fair, I have no idea what was actually happening in this game. But finding, I guess, spoiler alert, but finding all the statue things, I don't know. The little dude that you were playing became big dude, and I don't know, there was space, and making the marble, the balls became planets.
Mm-hmm.
It's a circle of life, dude.
Yeah, you're made a solar system. What happens if you don't have any of the moon guys?
You don't see them at the end. They're not there.
I don't remember seeing moon guys at the end.
Were like the gods of other planets, and I think you see them at the end. And if you don't have them, you don't see them. You just see your guy.
Yeah, I don't really know what was happening.
It's been like 2 months, so I can't remember.
You didn't get all the moon guys. I looked at your achievements.
It wasn't about the story either way. So
no, it was definitely not a narrative game.
No, I'm stuck on how good those puzzles were. Like, you guys kept talking, and I kept thinking about the one later where you not only had to shoot like the bullet into the orb, but then had to directionalize it in the orb, that when it came out into another orb, and then in that orb to make sure that it lined up with everything, and that was a lot of fun.
Then it took it a whole other layer where
with timing puzzles.
Yes, but then also it had to shoot the green orb from the right, and then come out in the orange orb, still then shooting to the left to come out of the white orb in a specific direction. It was like, dude, yes.
That shit's good. That's a good shit.
It was very good game.
Wow.
Yeah. So my whole top 10 are indie games. So I guess I'm spoiling my list, but my top 2 are The Pale Beyond and The Wreck. The Pale Beyond I had been looking forward to for 2 years, and the game was everything I wanted it to be. It's a visual novel mixed with resource management, and I really, really love the setting. You are a first mate on an expedition ship toward the South Pole. You get caught in the ice, the captain disappears, and suddenly you have to take care of the crew. And it's just, it has such a good narrative. The writing is so good, so solid. You didn't want to lose any one of these people, and it devastated you if you did, even if it's just one of the crew. And yeah, I talked about the wreck the last time a lot and why I love that one. That's still with me, and it's going to be with me for a long, long time. And both of these are deserving of at least my best indie games. So that's why they are here.
The Wreck is really good.
It is. It's a really good game.
I want to know what you chose.
The middle
alert.
one.
The middle one. I don't remember what the middle one was.
It's not.
You
it's
put in another plug, and it's a Panini press.
It's been a second since I saw the ending. It's where you don't choose either.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sick.
It's pretty much just like the hope that it's somehow.
Yeah, that game it was so much like I would start one way and be like, wow, fuck her. She fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And then you just learn more and you're like, oh, there's a reason for this, or maybe this was a misunderstanding, or this happened. But
yeah.
Then also you go back to fuck her.
Yep.
It's like a Yakuza game.
It's a little bit.
The ending really, when that all came together. Oof. Especially since what happens before on the roof. Whew. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I guess Cocoon is gonna get best indie since you both have that on your...
I mean, it wouldn't be my best indie, but I think that based on all three of us playing and enjoying Cocoon, I think that that's a very comfortable
first
best indie for Offshore as a whole.
Yes, I agree.
And then it's just going to be picking two more after that. So we're just going to go and say Cocoon wins. Congratulations, Cocoon.
What the fuck? You piece of shit.
Oh, I said
You bastard.
I didn't realize Dave already had a section to fill in, and I just made
the effort that I go through in the couple of seconds that I decide to give you.
All right. I will take Viewfinder off of here. I quite enjoy it, but I am not as passionate about that as I am Thirsty Suitors, or as Dave is RoboQuest, or as Lile is The Pale Beyond and The Wreck, and I would also just straight up choose The Wreck over Viewfinder also. So
I feel like the most logical thing would be to choose Thirsty Suitors and The Wreck, since you both really enjoyed it, unless, Lyle, you specifically feel extremely passionate more about The Pale Beyond.
I mean, I do, but I am totally fine with choosing Thirsty Suitors and The Wreck, because The Pale Beyond is still my favorite, and I'm totally fine with that.
I am also, though, very able to admit that you are more passionate about The Pale Beyonds than I am Thirsty Suitors. I really enjoy Thirsty Suitors, but
yeah, I would be thrilled if The Wreck and The Pale Beyond would make it on here.
Well, how do you feel about RoboQuest, Dave?
Yeah, that's...
How strongly do you feel about it on this list?
I mean, it's definitely strong. It's also recent, but I feel like I don't know how it compares to not only the passion that you guys have for the other games and the fact that you both played them together. Not like together, but you both played.
Yeah, we hung out. We
chilled.
Yeah, they were great co-op games, you know?
Yeah, definitely, especially the wreck.
Yeah, it's good.
Can you give me another tissue, please?
I also really like the way the wreck, like, it was essentially like a visual novel, but it was done in such a unique and cool way of just like choosing the words with the dialogue. And
You know what I really loved about it? There's one section where Junor, where you go through the memory. She's already an adult and she talks about motherhood. And you go through it in a loop, and at first she's like, "Oh, that's what I thought it was, blah blah blah. We were the perfect family." And then the next time around, you're like, "Everything was shit. We hated everything." And it was kind of like breaking down all of these like artificial masks that we put on. And I think that was, even though I've seen people say that the replaying of the memories can be quite tedious, and that's sure. But I really like this kind of like layers to what she's saying, what she's thinking, and breaking that down. I just thought that was so good.
no, I didn't find it tedious. I actually thought it was really cool how like you could go through it and she'd realize one thing, and then as you go through it again, she'd be like, "Oh, and that reminds me or led me to this," and then this gets added on.
Yeah.
It was
It was
also,
really
I just want to say, like, it also does a really good job of, it covers a lot of different themes, if you will, and it does so in a way that I feel like anyone who plays this will have something that is extremely relatable to them in here, but it didn't feel like they were just like going down a checklist of like, let's have this in here and this in here. It all felt very natural and
good.
contained, but just like
Yep.
family dynamics, it's losing someone, having, tough choices. It's there's a lot of
Yep.
different themes in there that really, it all
Hit.
felt natural, but
Yeah.
there were like multiple times where it was like, I fucking know exactly what this is like,
Yep.
and I think
I think
anyone
so
that plays
too.
this game would have that.
Most people, definitely. Childhood trauma is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this game knows how to bring it to the
Yeah.
surface
Yep.
for sure.
Childhood trauma, but then also like relationship issues and
Loss, grief.
yep, issues with siblings, and
Yep.
it all, like, there's so much that you could relate to.
Oh yes. Then let's do the rec, and I don't know, should we Rochambeau?
I'm gonna pull Thirsty Suitors out, and between you two, I think it's between RoboQuest or The Pale Beyond. Fight.
This is awkward.
I'm totally fine with giving you RoboQuest because you had to concede so much last time.
I don't know. I feel like you could have the Pale Beyond. You said you waited
This
like
is the
2 years.
nicest
And
fight I've ever witnessed.
That's why it's my number one, because I waited so fucking long for this game and it was everything that I wanted it to be. And about what game can you say that? So I'm just so excited that it's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna take away RoboQuest now.
That really was the nicest fight ever.
I mean, I found this game like, I don't know, 13 days ago, and I put like 10 hours in, and I've had a crap ton of fun. But I didn't wait like 2 years, and I've been thinking about it nonstop in hopes that it would be like the thing that lives up to all the hype.
I mean,
So I feel like,
I also have to say it is the only game that I ever bought a special edition for.
oh,
So
I can't.
Oh,
take
that
that
sells
away.
Dave immediately because he is Mr. Special Edition.
Dude, you want to hear a fun fact of all
Yes.
things? So, random side bit. I hopped into Dan, his Twitch stream last night, and we were talking, and someone else in chat was there, and we went to school together, and so they started pulling up the episodes. I told them about the podcast, and two fun facts is not only did she start listening to our Assassin's Creed Mirage episode, because apparently she has a friend who worked on the game.
Oh, that's cool.
but specifically asked if we had any episodes on Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West.
Uh-oh.
So if anybody knows about special editions or collector's
Nice.
editions, I have a pretty good knowledge, and I also know games that aren't as great as they should be.
Oh boy. I know someone who worked on Horizon Forbidden West too. Ooh. Sorry. We're mean about that one.
So there's that. But I can't, especially when it comes to, because I love little collector's editions. They're a shit ton of fun. And they add so much more to it.
All right. Best Indie. The winner is Cocoon, with runners-up of The Wreck and The Pale Beyond.
The Wreck is in second place.
Sure thing. Whatever makes you happy.
You cannot let that go. All right.
Okay. Best game mechanic. I think this is gonna be this is a fun category.
It is.
I like this
It
one.
is.
Do you guys want to alternate with this one? Or else I feel like I'm gonna be doing too much talking.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, I will start with Hi-Fi Rush, which is I put fighting to the beat, but it's really everything to the beat. But gonna highlight the fighting just because rhythm games a lot of the times can really be just like be good or you're gonna fail and have to start over. And this does such a good job of giving you that feeling of when you're on beat and like doing really good in a rhythm game, you feel like fucking powerful. You feel badass. But then also if you're fucking up, it never feels bad because of how open that what do they call that? Barrier of entry is, right? Entry barrier, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is so open of just like you're not gonna fail, you're not gonna like maybe you'll just do some less damage, but it's not gonna be all that bad if you're not sticking exactly to the beat. And I like that.
It was a good mechanic. I really love that too.
I went with Zelda and the Ultra Hand ability because it's the best shit ever. You could build cool shit. You could pick shit up. You make shit go backwards in time. What? Everything about Zelda and what you could do is just amazing, and it wouldn't be anything.
Was Ultra Hand the one specifically where you were like gluing things together?
I think for the most part, I believe so. But goddamn, did it feel so good?
It is insanely impressive how they basically took Breath of the Wild, added more things to it, and then we're just like, okay, you can now combine them however you want, and it will all do different shit and behave differently.
Like, I'd love to add in the fact of I don't. You could add in every little thing of like the fans and how they work, or just the physics and like the flight, the weight of objects and everything. But you wouldn't be able to do any of it without a good hand.
See, now my question from the beginning, how many hands do you have, actually does make sense.
It all comes together.
It's not even your hands.
I know, we weren't recording when that happened. So
I know.
Dave has a lot of hands and he makes them fart.
Sorry.
Yep.
Amazing.
It's an immediate shame.
I put down American Arcadia because this game...
Whoa.
I'm sorry, you weren't done?
No, I was done. I just don't know why you're going out of order here.
You literally just went out of order in the last category.
Because we both have that down, so I wanted to wait until
Dave.
Oh my god, no, I'm thrown off.
The last category, you went backwards through the way you wrote it.
No, I need to go take a bath or something. I need to go right.
Okay, I chose
Arcadia.
American Arcadia because this game uses a two-protagonist story but they also have completely distinct gameplays. So you have your Trevor Hills, and he's in a 2.5D side-scrolling platformer. And then you have Angela, who is solving puzzles in first person. And that also ties into the story and the meta way of interpreting but that would go a little too far. But I just think it is such a cool thing to do, to have two protagonists who also play completely differently. And and especially at times when they combine the two, it just works. It just works. They make that work so well, and I thought that was super impressive. I really loved it. American Arcadia, you should play that game.
I want to play that. That game, I don't remember what event it was. Jeff Keighley was there, I'm sure.
Mhm.
But I remember seeing the trailer for that and thinking it looks very cool.
It's very good. It's super
cool. My next one is Viewfinder. For the exact reason I talked about in the last category, just with changing the environments with pictures and the way that you can solve puzzles with that, and how even that starts to get meta of like, it's kind of like the Cocoon thing. Like, you take a picture of something and it has a battery in it, and you place the picture, and you want to place it in a way that you can now have both batteries in frame for that picture. So now you have a picture of the original spot plus the other picture in there, and now you got 4 batteries that you need to solve the puzzle. Like, it's in that vein, and I think it's the whole reason I like the game so much is because of how impressive that mechanic is. So this is kind of the category for Viewfinder to shine.
True.
I also really enjoyed so this one, it goes a little deeper from not only the fact of the mechanic itself, but it's Alan Wake 2's rewriting reality, where throughout the game you will come across different pictures and I don't know if ideas, pictures, information that you can go into your brain and look at the case board and change some things around, and you can change the plot of the location that you're in, and it completely changes some of the not only environmental design, but opens up access to new areas to explore, makes it work for progression, and it all works so well and seamlessly in I mean there's one specifically where you're in a subway and it switches over to stacks of wood with
I don't know why my mind immediately went to Alan Wake in like a
a
subway
subway.
food
Yep.
establishment and not getting on a train.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's where my brain went.
I want salami to be here, so I'm writing salami in my mind palace, and then they can serve me bread with salami.
To be blatantly honest, I was thinking about Subway like 20 minutes ago. Do you guys know that in 2024 they're coming out with foot-long cookies?
Yes, I did see that.
Finny's here. So
kitty cat.
there's this one part where you switch over the plot and it changes the subway area, and it's just 2 stacks of just long, big 2x4s of wood or whatever are there, each end and all of the sides completely covered with a single piece of paper that's nailed in. And so fast does the scene change, and then immediately in like a without a hitch, all the pages start fluttering around in the environment and like disappearing, and particle effects and all this stuff that just worked so well, so fast, like similar to just like the world jumping in Cocoon. It's so smooth and it works so well, and it could be so simple, but it's fun. The other layer on top of that, which I just think is really cool, is I watched a YouTube video going over some of the information of what they originally wanted in Alan Wake 2 to be back in 2010 after the first one came out. And a lot of those ideas ended up becoming, parts of Alan Wake's American Nightmare. That's like the pseudo sequel that came out in 2012. But they released a small demo in 2010 going over what they wanted to do, and one of the things was rewriting reality. And it doesn't work exactly the same. It was a lot, I would say, a bit more interactive in the form of building the scene as you're changing it. But the fact that like that's been an idea since then, and just see how it's evolved and come to fruition has just been really cool.
Thanks, Alan.
No, never thank Alan. He's the one who makes everything worse, really.
Screw you, Alan.
I need to find Alice. There's only one thing that I can do, and it's right.
And he makes it worse every time. Did you put my family into a horror story?
I had to make you the hero that no one else could be. It's not a lake.
It's not a
it's
lake,
an ocean.
It's an ocean. All right.
I love it.
I also put down Slay the Princess, and I'm almost tempted to delete it from the list, not because I think it shouldn't be on here, but because I think I need to spoil the game to explain the mechanic, and I don't want to. I want people to play this game because it's so cool.
Do you think spoiling it and telling us what the mechanic is through the spoiling would sell us on it enough to have it in the top 3 and maybe win?
No, that's why
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna delete it. Because really, I know on the surface it looks like a visual novel, but trust me, it does so much with that game concept you don't think is possible. Just trust me, and please go Slay the Princess. It's not long, so you can do it. Go play Slay the Princess.
That's all. Well, I'm glad it was on there though, because this is also, that's kind of half the point of this, is giving games their moment to shine. So
yes, it's so good.
And after you selling me on the wreck and playing that, I now want to go play Slay the Princess. All right, this one feels a little weak as a mechanic necessarily, but I did want to shout out Baldur's Gate 3 because I feel like so many games do the whole your choices matter. Everything you say has a consequence. But that actually feels like the case in Baldur's Gate 3, to where everything I'm saying or doing, you could see the direct consequences of that. And I've spent over 60 hours at this point just replaying things in Act 1 and seeing how differently it can go. And it could be so wildly different just based on your choices. And I think that games that actually do that, instead of just saying it when really it's like one or two options that are all kind of, you're guided there with the illusion of choice, this one actually has that.
I feel like it's fun too, the way that we play it, especially because, you know, you add any fact of adding like real people as a co-op session into like an RPG, there's going to be like influence. Like you don't know what the other person is going to do that could affect the scene and whatnot. And I really like pushing people.
Who would have thunk?
I really like throwing them.
It's
I like
a shock.
them.
It's a shock to all of us.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah, I don't know how that necessarily stands on its own as a game mechanic, but
I mean, as
yeah,
it goes throughout,
we'll delete it, but it's nice.
Yeah, it's not gonna stay. I know that.
It's the best, you know, execution of the mechanic.
Yeah.
Cocoon, the world jumping. You know, again, like the rewriting reality, this is even smoother and faster. It's such a small game, and I guess it doesn't require all that much because it is butter how quick you are zipping in and out of these orbs. And you know, just adding the inception fact of going inside of another one with having another one, and just how mind bending that can be just good shit.
The game, it's not. This is different from the mechanic, but I also want to shout out how smooth the game was in general. Just playing it,
Yeah.
like it was just so smooth. It felt crisp and smooth.
Animation team and the game
Yes.
designer, they're just like writing bangers on their keyboards.
That's what they call it.
Yep.
That is also my third choice, the world hopping in Cocoon, because it made the game so big in a way that I, even knowing from the trailers that was a thing, didn't expect to be there. And then also with like the dimensional rift that you have going into the orb, but bringing the orb, that it's just, and it's so good. It's such a cool mechanic that probably a lot of people couldn't pull off in their gameplay design, and it
At least
definitely
not to the
deserves
level
its
that
spot.
they did with Cocoon.
Mm.
What?
At least not to the level that they did with Cocoon.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
it's extremely impressive.
It is.
Just from a design standpoint.
Mhm.
All right, Super Mario Brothers Wonder, the Wonder Flowers. You remember in trailers of this game where it looks like Mario's on drugs? That's because he's taking a Wonder Flower. That's when things get weird and wacky, and it is the most unique part of the game, and it's when the levels are the most fun.
Okay.
It's when it breaks out of just traditional side-scrolling Mario and becomes weird. That's it.
We like a weird Mario.
Yes, Weird Mario is good.
Yes.
He started taking drugs and he's got a new voice.
That's actually a good in-universe thing. He took so many Wonder Flowers. He got
And now he
so
sounds
fucked
younger.
up on drugs. Yeah, that it completely changed his voice like permanently.
It for some reason it only affects the vocal cords. I don't know. My last one that I have, which I don't care as much about, because it just in comparison to the rest of the games that came out this year, just alone didn't stand out too much. It was Atlas Fallen with its momentum mechanic. As you play, and especially in combat, there are bars that go to it's called a momentum bar. As you swing and you're in combat and you're building it up, you hit these different points in the bar that will not only evolve the weapon that you're using. Everything's made of sand. So much fucking sand.
I also thought it was funny starting Cocoon in like a sand world.
I forgot about that.
Ooh, sand.
I was talking about that too last night and on Dan's stream. I was like, there's so much sand this year.
It really was your year of sand. I think we can agree on that.
And what you said sand year 2? I sent you a text.
Yeah, you sent me a thing with
Dune
more sand.
and what Furiosa's coming out in the same year. So much sand.
Yeah, sand.
So as you're fighting, your weapon will evolve and grow longer, get more range, have more damage, but also will unlock reach little points throughout the bar that will give you the ability to use the skills that you have equipped. So halfway through the first section, you can use this skill as you're leading up to like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 skills. And I found it fun and like kept combat engaging enough, even though it was very simplistic. I don't know. Fuck this game. Stupid game.
Okay.
All right, I got 2 more to hit here. Thirsty Suitors, the in-battle dialogue, and specifically more so with the bosses and the suitors, or not the suitors, your exes, and not so much the generic suitors, but
Yeah,
when
they
you're
were
going against
boring, but
when you're going against your exes, it's pretty much it's turn-based. It's a turn-based game, and between every move, they're constantly going back and forth arguing about their past relationship, because the game is pretty much Jala coming back to town and trying to mend her past mistakes. She was kind of shitty to a lot of people and hurt a lot of people, and she's trying to be better and fix those relationships. So it is a lot of going back and forth with that, her trying to make amends while the exes are not happy. And I think it gets really impressive where so that's happening like every turn, but then you can also do I think it's 6 different types of taunts to try and expose weaknesses. And each taunt, so there'll be like a thirsty taunt specifically, where you're trying to like kind of seduce them. But she will have her own variation of that taunt based on the ex that she's talking to that will like draw from their past and like the conversations you were just having. And each different type of taunt like so heartbroken will be some of them are really
Harsh.
yeah, but it fits. And I find just the variation of dialogue and how it's all worked in there impressive, and
What
it
I
makes
also
the turn-based battles a little more interesting.
what I also really like about that is you can't for most of them you can't see their weaknesses, but you can kind of deduce from the way
Yeah.
they are talking what weaknesses they have. That's also really a really fun thing
Yep.
to have in there.
Yeah, it was the writing in that game is so good. The dialogue, like, it carries the whole game really.
Yes.
And the last one is Like a Dragon Guide and the Man Who Erased His Name. All the gadgets, basically the whole agent style. So every game in the Yakuza Like a Dragon series, they're usually adding some sort of new fighting stance, some sort of new gimmick, if you will, a different variation of things. This is one of the only ones that was like it completely changed the way I handled combat.
Mm-hmm.
And I use these gadgets constantly.
Oh yeah.
The spider one that basically made you Spider-Man. And
Yep.
let me just say, when you upgrade them completely, it also completely changed. So the spider one fully upgraded, you can basically web, I think it's 4 or 5 people at once. And when you're
Wow.
dealing with sometimes large crowds of, 15 enemies or more, you web 4 or 5 at once and then you throw them all to the side and they will be hitting all the other enemies. So when you're dealing with a large group of enemies, you can just sit there and go back and forth with the spider gadget and just fuck them all up. I also loved the what were the Hornet was the drones, which I will say that I barely used.
I barely
But
used that. Firefly was the cigarette.
yeah, Firefly, but Firefly paired with whatever the boot boosters was.
The boots were the best.
Yes. It basically gave you super speed and you would be just like gliding.
Yep.
And so you could charge straight through a crowd of enemies.
They're basically rocket Heelys.
Yes, that's perfect. The rocket Heelys.
And he crouches down, he goes like this, and he is just bashing through everybody.
Yeah. you become unstoppable. It's kind of OP. You can just also kind of go back and forth with that.
It's a great way to escape combat as well.
You can also combine that with the Fireflies, which are they're cigarettes, but you light the cigarette and you throw it, and it's like a little mini explosive, basically. And one of my favorite things to do, especially in the Coliseum, because there was so much Coliseum and so many big fights within it, you would gotta start the fight out. You throw 2 Fireflies, which then stack, because once one explodes, if there's other ones there, they all explode together. And then when you're using rocket Heelys, you can end that if you hold it's X on Xbox or Square on PlayStation. You will end your whole boost by throwing a Firefly.
Ooh.
So you can like boost through a crowd, come back and boost again, throw the cigarette, and then boost back, and they all explode within it. It was. I spent typically
sounds intense.
yes. So there's typically like the brawler, or I think they just called it the Yakuza style in this one, which is like that's your baseline Kiryu style that he always has throughout all the games. And I spent maybe more time in agent style in this, whereas traditionally I'm like always like, okay, the other one's cool, but really it's about the Yakuza style. And then it's also used for just like exploring the city, because you're walking around and there will be so many hidden items up in like on like rafters or on roofs or off in the distance, And
In the
you know
water.
you're Spider-Man, so you use your spider gadget, and you could just grab those items.
Help, my dog is stuck in the tree. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll use my razor-thin carbon fiber watch.
And some of those things you're getting with that spider. Ooh, some of them. So there's like there's a whole side story where you have to get 7 golden balls.
And it's right on
And
this dude's nuts.
yeah, one of them, there's a boat that is going through a river, and there's like a wrestling dude on the front that's always like flexing and just like, huh. And there's another sub story that ties to that of them being like, I don't know if that was real what I just saw. I need you to get a picture of that. But you have to time that right where you could use your Spider-Man abilities to get his golden ball. Yeah, it's a lot of that. I'm passionate about the gadgets.
You are. It's great. I didn't think it would go that far, but that was amazing. Perfect conclusion.
Yes. And it just ties in really well. If we're gonna go even deeper, it just ties in so well with Kiryu's current story and where he's at, and how he's basically become an agent for the government. Basically, he's like a special agent now.
Dave, I think he's already pitching his his best game of the year.
It's such a good fucking game, though. It really is.
With that being said, I think I can totally cut some things. I have a lot here. I think Mario can go.
That was the
I think
first
Baldur's
one I was
Gate
looking at.
3 can go.
That was the second one I was looking at.
And I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm more passionate
about one more.
Thirsty Suitors and Gaiden than I am Hi-Fi Rush or Viewfinder. Not as a whole, but with the specific mechanics we're talking about. All right. We now have to get 3 out of these.
Actually, that's easy. I'll get rid of my Cocoon so Lile can keep hers.
Yeah, that's good progress.
All right.
Really down. How does that make anything better?
We still have to cut out half of our... So we're still looking at Thirsty Suitors, the in-battle dialogue, Like a Dragon Guide, and the gadgets. Zelda with Ultra Hands, Alan Wake 2 with rewriting reality, Cocoon world hopping, and American Arcadia switching perspectives. We have to get rid of half of those.
I think, to be completely honest, that the Ultra Hand should be on there.
I agree.
Because that really changed the gameplay completely, and it feels like something so unique.
It would not be the same game without it.
I think without that ability, it's basically then just Breath of the Wild 2.
Yeah. I mean, looking between the two, I would definitely keep Ultra Hand over Alan Wake's rewriting reality. It's definitely a big part when it comes to the narrative, and it has aspects of gameplay. But I feel like on the grander scale, comparatively, Zelda has a much bigger impact to the overall game.
All right, so we got rid of one and we moved one forward. I'm like Lyle. I think Thirsty Suitors, the in-battle dialogue was cool and made turn-based battles better instead of just being always the same. But I think compared to our other ones here, that it kind of doesn't hold up to the rest.
Yep,
I agree. Okay, cool. So Thirsty Suitors can go bye-bye.
I personally am much more passionate about American Arcadia than I am about Cocoon, but since Dave and I both had Cocoon in there, I think that should be on here too.
Dylan, what do you think about Cocoon?
I really think that was an impressive part of the game. I was, like I said, I was even just trying to think like the I don't know his name, but the limbo inside guy that did this game. I was like trying to be in his head almost with like how you even
come up with it.
Yeah, and how you even like design these puzzles that in a way where you could sit there and be like, Yeah, I this makes sense.
We can make that work.
Yeah, like I think that's incredibly impressive, but it's I don't know, Lyle, do you like it's up to you kind of to
Jep Carlson.
Jep Carlson.
Oh, yeah, that's yes, thank you. Do you think you could sell us on American Arcadia being better than that?
I just think Cocoon would be better as the offshore mechanic that should be on here instead of American Arcadia, because only I have played American Arcadia. I think American Arcadia did something so unique and so impressive that I'm sure there are games that do this. I cannot believe that would be the first game to ever try this. But the way in which it pulled that off, and as Angela kind of made you the person that you were trying to defeat, which is going so deep into the psychology of the game, but it it works so well, and I am personally just so much more passionate about that than I am about Cocoon. But I do think Cocoon would fit more on the offshore list. I still do.
Well, let me ask both of you this, and let me ask Dave specifically as the Gaiden person. How do you feel about the gadgets and the agent style, and do you think that that's a strong enough mechanic compared to both Cocoon or American Arcadia?
I think comparing specifically Cocoon and Like a Dragon, I think the gadgets are a really cool addition and definitely do make a change to gameplay when it comes to combat in a pretty big way, especially if you utilize them all. But you can't do Cocoon without the world hopping.
That is so. I'm gonna propose to you two.
Whoa,
And
dude!
kind of, I'm gonna both of you. Surprise! I propose.
This is the offshore fan fiction section
He's
where where
been talking about getting us a Christmas gift, Lyle. I just didn't think it was this.
The poly offshore.
I'm proposing.
We get it, bro.
Sorry, I just didn't get a definitive like yes or no. So you know.
Oh, amazing.
I think that kind of same thought process can be applied to American Arcadia, to where I think Gaiden, if you get rid of the gadgets, I think
you still have a really
another
good
style. That game is still awesome.
Yeah.
I think that if you take the world hopping out of Cocoon or the switching perspectives and how almost meta that seems like it can get in American Arcadia, the games are done.
Yeah.
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 So I am honestly fine with our three being
Yay!
Zelda, Cocoon, and American Arcadia. And then it's just choosing a winner. And as someone who's not even super passionate about Zelda, I feel like it's Zelda.
Yeah, same. I also think it should be Zelda.
I mean, I also take all the information into consideration, and I put about 3 hours into Cocoon, and I put about 120 hours into Zelda.
Could you have done 120 hours of Cocoon if it were that long?
Oh God, no.
Oh no.
A puzzle game should never be 120 hours long. You've made a mistake if that is the case.
You have 50 worlds that you're hopping between at that point.
Oh God. My brain.
Every time you do something wrong, it just says no on screen.
All right, I think we are all in agreement then that the best game mechanic of 2023 belongs to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, the Ultra Hand ability, with runners-up in no particular order. Cocoon with the world hopping, and American Arcadia with switching perspectives.
Hooray!
All right. that concludes all of the categories other than Offshore's top 10
I'm
and
sweating.
game of the year. I think the best way to do this is that we can all alternate, starting with our number 10,
Yes.
then the 9, all the way
Yes.
building up to
Yes.
1, and this is
Yes.
the time to make your
Yeah.
arguments for the game for our overall top 10.
Okay.
Instead of just running down lists and then arguing. My number 10 was Viewfinder. It just made the top 10. I was kind of battling that out with Pikmin 4 was in that mix, and Like a Dragon Ishin was in that mix. But ultimately, Viewfinder, I just thought the game mechanic was impressive, especially for such a small group. But yeah, I kind of, the game mechanic, I kind of already made that argument for that game.
I was gonna say, every year I do my top 10, and I also save 5 honorable mentions. And I find it funny seeing that number 10 beat out some of these other games, because my number 10 is Cocoon, and for me it beat out Star Wars, Immortals of Avium, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Dead Island 2, and Redfall.
I'm surprised Redfall was even in the argument.
Yep.
It's game number 15. If I beat another 2023 game, then it would have just not existed.
Okay. All right. I beat around 60 games this year, and there were a lot of really, really good games, and I hated cutting that down to 10, but I did. And my number 10 is Killer Frequency. You may have heard of that. That was a comedic horror game, a first-person puzzler, and the being in a radio studio.
Yes, I do remember this now. Okay.
Yes. Being in a radio studio, having to save all these people, and there's, in my opinion, nothing funnier than just hearing someone being brutally murdered, and at the next second, okay, let's get down to the show. What music do you want to hear? It was just the perfect kind of camp, and I love this game. And I think I'm gonna replay this every year until I can save everyone. It was just really fun.
I forgot about that one. I do want to play that one still.
It is good. I think you can actually play that with a few people, even though only one person can control it. But I think you can totally solve the puzzles with multiple people, because they do need some good listening skills, which I do not have. So
Okay.
that was a challenge. But I really loved that game. It was great.
Number 9. My number 9 is The Wreck, which was one of those games I kind of grinded out. It's over the last few days, which I'm glad that we ended up recording this in 2 parts, because it let me take some of the games that I did not play, such as The Wreck and Cocoon and finishing Thirsty Suitors and more. This was, I find myself not super passionate about a lot of games that I played this year. I feel like I was disappointed more than I was impressed. So I'm glad that the recording of it in 2 parts, because I got to play some good games, and this was a good one. It completely carried by the narrative, but also, like I said earlier, it does tell its story through a visual novel way, in a cool way that feels more interactive than a lot of visual novels can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. My number 9 was the Dead Space remake. I know people. I didn't get a chance to play Resident.
I know people.
I know all people.
I know
all of
people.
them.
I know people really enjoyed the Resident Evil 4 remake this year, and I didn't get a chance to play that one. But I mean, on top of just great games and indies, this year also had fantastic remakes, and just the level of work that they put into the design and the atmosphere alone in addition to building it up and like fleshing it out a little bit more based off the information that they had based off the second and third games, just to make it more cohesive, I thought was really cool. I just love Dead Space. That's a good gas game. It's a good
Good gas
fucking.
game.
That's a good space game.
Good ass game.
It's a good space game.
My number 9 is Tin Hearts. This is a first-person puzzle game in which you basically do or play lemmings. If you guys know what that is, you have a line of little tin soldiers, and you need to guide them through a room or through a level and get them to their destination safely.
Oh, sure.
They can fall off the table, or they can be crushed by something, and you have to take care that doesn't happen. And the puzzle mechanics are super cute, super fun. They are made in a way that really appeals to the child in you. It's very nostalgic in a way. It's all like cute sounds, and it's just very nice. The story around it is really good. I kind of wish that they put more effort into the character models, or that they did them in a different way, because that can be very uncanny valley. But my highlight from this game was absolutely the music. In the first minute of this game, nothing really happens. There's just a musical piece that plays, and I started to cry because the music was just that good. And yeah, it's just it's a cute game with a really good story and fantastic music.
All right, number 8. Mine was Lies of P.
That's a good game.
I think if I put more hours into it and got further into it, it could have been higher up on my list, but I didn't, and this is just where we're at. But it is, in my experience, the best non-From Software Souls-like to be made to date. I think if you told a lot of people, especially after Bloodborne, I think if you put this game in front of people and said, look, From Software made a Pinocchio-inspired game. Check it out. No one would question that it was made by From Software.
It's really, really well designed, and they pulled it off really well. And it's the first Born-like that we've seen.
Born-like. Born to be what? Sorry.
Sick. I think Lies of P just moved up the list because of that. But yeah, it is a really good Souls game in a cool universe. It's different. That's it.
My number 8, and I also want to preface. So we all have our rules for our own personal top 10s. If you don't remember, my rule is that
sand.
No, God.
Must have sand.
Must be ground to a fine powder afterwards. In order for it to reach my top 10, I have to see credits. That's my rule. Very rare does that occasion get. What the fuck is that word? What's that fucking word, guys?
It broken?
No, it begins with an E.
What was the sentence again? Can I hear it in a sentence?
That train's starting to leave the station now.
It's very rare. It's very rare that this gets. You were talking about not finishing a game.
The exception to the rule?
Exception.
Exception.
Right.
Very rare is an exception to the rule. Like when I put Apex Legends down 1 year or whatnot.
Well, you can't see credits in that though.
No,
you can't beat it.
But yeah, I mean, you could go to the like settings, go to
Oh,
credits.
sure.
and all that.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Well,
But
you
like
can
it,
do that with a lot of games right from the get-go.
like if I don't have a game finished, it won't go up there. So, my next one is Wolong Fallen Dynasty, and this is my second epiphany in the genre. Steel Rising was my first. This was my second, and I feel like it just keeps getting better. I played Steel Rising and figured it out and I got into it and then I went so crazy in Elden Ring for a while and then this came out early in the year and I fell in love with it and all of a sudden Liza P also came out and I'm like, all right, this is my second Elden Ring. Here we go, just having a good old time. But there's something special about Wo Long in it was a much more focused on the parry system, which was a big jump for me to get used to. And that first boss, I still think about as probably the biggest hurdle in any of these sort of games. But it was just
Took Max
fun.
3 tries.
Yeah, it took me like 3 hours.
But I later struggled on a boss in that game that you did not struggle with as much. So
You just
it's just
you never know.
yeah.
But I mean, and that's another one of the fun things too is be like, what did you do? It's like, oh, it got fucked up, and be like, what? Like it's like it's fun to talk.
What?
What? You got fucked up? What? Nah.
We're all really drugged out in a room just talking about Wolong.
It sounds like a great time, honestly. I thought it was great. Good game. Good game. Good.
Good game, good. Hard. Good game. All right. My number 8 is The Cosmic Wheels Sisterhood. This is a game about loneliness, power, family, relationships, all of that good stuff, encapsulated in a world with witches, immortal witches who live in space, and
Whoa.
tarot cards.
Yes.
And do I want to say more? I don't know. It's just the narrative makes this game. It's really heartfelt. You have
I'm imagining a
very
witch
good
in like an
depictions.
astronaut suit.
I think there is one.
There is
Like
one of the people you could put on a card is straight up called the astronaut.
That's true. Yes. You
I'm
can
imagining
design your
photo.
own tarot cards, by the way,
Oh, that's
which I
sick.
think was a big selling point for this.
Yes.
And
It's very cool.
Hold on. You got me interested in looking it up now.
I started it last night and I didn't get far, only played a few hours, but I have a lot of fun with the cards. I made some really dark ones.
you might regret that. Just
Oh,
saying.
no. But I do like though each card can have basically a good or a bad, no matter like how good or how bad
That's
you
true.
make it.
That's true.
And I like the randomness of choosing a card for something, but then you also choose what you're applying it to, and then that will usually give you multiple options. It's very cool.
It's very cool. And
That's
it has really good depictions of mental illness and also trans people. So it's just a good game. That's another good game, good.
Good game, good.
Good game, good. My number 7 was Cocoon. Another one of the games I got to grind out over this weekend before we finalized our top 10s.
I love when you hop into the Discord and you're like, "Hey guys,
that's
can
me.
each of you give me like just one game? I've been so bad. I promise.
I don't think those were the games I played.
Yeah,
I always
just
just said play what feels good.
Yeah, Lyle, I think you told me you get. I don't think I played any of the ones you told me, Lyle, but I did play some of yours at the end.
Yeah, but that's totally fine to me. I'd rather you play something that you are interested in than me giving you something you don't.
I wish I had more time.
Yeah,
I would have played more of these, but yes, Cocoon. I'm another one. I'm glad I played towards the end here. I don't think we need to go deeper into Cocoon or selling it in any way.
My number 7 was Hi-Fi Rush. I really liked how the bosses made me feel.
Did they give you feelings?
I would play them
Very much bisexual ones, maybe.
I would listen to the music and it would be fun and it would feel good.
That's
It
true.
would feel good. It did feel good.
It was a really fun game. I also really loved that.
The bosses specifically, they got so hyped up and it just felt so like all the levels are cranked and it just felt cool.
Very true.
Swag.
My number 7 is Thirsty Suitors. And I don't think I need to say much more, but I do want to mention, because I don't think we have done that yet, is that this is very much based on South Asian culture, which is also something that we don't get to see a lot in video games, because a lot of times when people introduce their culture, what it is a character trope, and it's very much not that in this game. And it's just so good. It's so good.
I'm gonna kind of piggyback off that and jump into my number 6 of Thirsty Suitors. And yes, I think that is a very strong point with the game, is that that and just the overall queerness of this game, but it never felt tropey. It felt just natural, like it was just part of the characters and the story in a way. It was extremely well written and well done. All right, Dave, you can go on to your number 6. I don't need to say more.
This is awkward.
Okay.
So my number 6 is Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh yeah, that is an awkward transition.
Yes, it sure is.
It's an awkward transition.
I'll preface this again. Don't give a fuck. J.K. Rowling's a bitch. Game designers want to make games, and games are fun to play. It was a fun game to play. I loved the franchise. I had a really good time pretending I was a little boy wizard. And, I'm a little Hufflepuff at heart. I had a great time. I felt like I was at home for the time that I was there. And that time is up now, unless there's DLC. I think it stayed its welcome, and its time is gone. But it's a good game. It's a really good game. It's a good game.
I think it overstayed its welcome. I kind of mostly because of the open world stuff. It was that.
I mean, I remember the leak from years ago, which felt like 2016.
Was that the one where it was like
in the mall?
People were saying they were in the mall,
and they were just like there were random, like there were random people like scoped out and be like, "Hey, you want to come to this room in this mall, like next to the Sephora, and play a Harry Potter game that's not out yet?
Yeah,
it's not going to come out for like 7
all.
years." And it's like, what? And it's like, you can't have your phone, and they're like, taking pictures of everything. And even after all these years, they still came out with like every single trope. It's like everything that Ubisoft gets shit on for, constantly map icons fill just the same little things over and over. But like from the core of just like the story and the combat, it was a good fun time. The broom flying, the mount flying was a lot of fun.
I think that kind of ended abruptly.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then. My number 6 is American Arcadia. And I've talked about that now a lot. And there was one thing that I wanted to mention that I completely forgot about now. Goddamn.
You think about that.
Oh, yeah.
Sprite.
Yes, go get some Sprite.
You can tell me about it, Lyle.
Yes. What I completely did not expect this game to do was to go so hard on corporations, and especially Disney. I think this very much toed the line of getting sued out of existence.
Oh, well, it was that, like...
It was that.
It was that on the nose with who they were talking about?
Oh, yes. Oh, believe me. Which
that kind of makes me want to play it even more.
Yeah, and I completely did not expect the game to do that. And also the critiques it leveled on the game, it got so meta, because that if this were to happen, people would be okay with it. And that's so hard to recognize about yourself that you are one of the bad guys, and it was just good. I love that game. It was really good.
All
and I've
right.
said that about at the end of every game because I don't know how to end these sections. I'm so sorry, but good game.
I think
good.
we all kind of do it.
Yes,
It's hard to give a quick synopsis of why a game should be in the top 10 of the year.
It sure is.
Number 5. We are now halfway through the list. Mine was Super Mario Brothers Wonder, and it's weird because you can 99 out of 100 times. I would go as far as say 999 out of 1,000 times. You can trust Nintendo if they're making a Mario game. The baseline is it's going to be good. And then from there, some are just good and some are amazing. This one was good. With that being said, like I've always been a 3D Mario over 2D Mario gameplay guy. But this was a good one of those that had fun twists with the drugs. And otherwise, it was more Mario. But I really enjoy Mario. So that's how it got here. Day 5.
My number 5 is Spider-Man 2.
I am so confused that it ended up on your top 10 because last week you went so hard on Spider-Man 2.
Because that's the thing. Everything else about it, besides the plot, has been improved. Everything else. But they got sloppy.
I actually like the story more than the first Spider-Man game, but
oh, not at all.
No, you don't like it more at all, Lyle. You're wrong.
Wrong, not at all. Oh God. It's just it all happened so fast. I don't think Harry had enough development time. So many things. It could have just the seeds weren't ripe.
The seeds weren't right?
The seeds weren't ripe.
Oh, ripe. Are seeds ripe?
Is
that
a
a thing?
good game.
What they grow into can be ripe, but are the seeds ripe?
You broke Lyle. Just shut down.
I'm sorry.
So Lyle, what happens to be your number 5?
My number 5 is Loretta. In my opinion, the best thriller in video game form that exists. It is a game told from the perspective of a murderer. And it makes that work. It makes it really engaging. It makes it cinematic as fuck, even though it's pixel graphics. It has amazing sound design. And
you should have
if you want a good thriller, play Loretta.
You should have put it down under best game mechanic for clock insulting.
Well, that's not really a game mechanic. That's a storytelling device.
I've never seen another game clock insult before.
All right. We're coming up towards the top here. Number 4 was fittingly, for me, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I think the changes that were made to make it more modern Resident Evil were smart and made sense. I don't know. Resident Evil is also kind of following what I said about Mario, is when, especially in recent years, pretty much ever since 6, after 6, Resident Evil post 6, you know what you're getting. There's like a baseline of good. And then some are really good. And this is a really good one of those. It hits the right spot of being just challenging and tense enough, but not being frustrating and being so ridiculous and campy and over the top that it makes me laugh. And it all just makes just a nice little package. Nice little Resident Evil package.
It's a good game. I still haven't beaten the VR yet, but it's a good game.
It is a good game. The only thing that made me feel weird about it was that it was just a straight up remake of an older game, which you could it gets weird then, right? Because you could argue that this is actually just an old game.
But like I feel like it does the same thing that Dead Space does, where it adds a little bit of things like here and there. So it's not like a 1-to-1 per se. But you know, I'd count it. Everyone fucking else is.
The Game
Sick.
Awards sure are.
Yeah.
The
Dave
Game
the Diver's
Awards
the
as
best
Dave the
independent
Diver's an
game.
indie game. They lost credibility
I mean, have they ever had credibility?
just for announcements.
I imagine Jeff Keighley, like he's reading the card and Dave the Diver wins best indie, and he goes home and he just puts his pinky over the wooden block and he's holding the knife, just like, I can't believe the choices that I've made.
That's how you get punished in the Yakuza.
Oh, I thought that was a Heavy Rain reference, but fine.
It can work as either or.
Or an Assassin's Creed, up to you.
The pinky though? It's not the pinky in Assassin's Creed, is it?
No, it's not. But you know, Jeff can do whatever he wants in his own home.
He can cut off whatever finger he wants.
There's no law against it. You can cut whatever finger off that you want of yours in your own home. There's no laws against it. And then
I
hard
guess
cut
you
to the
don't
more
cut
you
off
know.
your finger in your own home.
Yeah, we don't endorse cutting off your finger. If you have urges to cut off your finger, seek medical
Please seek
help.
help.
Don't do it, but it's not illegal.
Oh, we're done for.
We need to like have a bell around whenever Dave goes off the rails. We start just ringing it.
That's what
The
happens
legal
when
bell.
I start having Sprites so early, guys.
What's your number 4, Dave?
Lies of P. Dylan talked about it, but that's a really good, like, it's the best not From Software Souls game. It's so smooth. Everything has been worked on so well and polished. They even put out numerous, like, very fast updates when it came to, because I mean the game was fucking hard when it came out. And it's still pretty hard, but like they dumbed down some of the things and did some balancing. I mean, that's even cool too, just seeing how fast since release it got updated. But the setting, even the connection with the characters and the story as you progress through and just learn certain intentions and the choices that you make feel just very like personally rewarding. I got very immersed in the game. I really enjoyed it.
My number 4 is Chance of Sennaar. We've talked a lot about Cocoon, but actually Chance of Sennaar is my favorite puzzling game of this year. It's a language decoding.
I think they just threw it on Game Pass.
Hasn't it been on Game Pass? I don't remember.
Know. I apparently
don't
live
remember.
under a rock. I had to have a GameStop employee tell me that Alan Wake 2 did not come out on physical, and I felt like I should just like leave the podcast right then and there. Like I was ready to just like trade in everything and just be like, I don't know. I guess I'll read textbooks from now on.
It's okay, Dave. Pat. But yeah, Chance of Sennaar is a language decoding puzzling game, and I just enjoyed so much how this game made me feel like a diplomat and a language specialist, and also a linguist, and also just made me feel good about being able to solve puzzles. And that's what more do I want from a puzzling game? The whole message is so wholesome of bringing people back together, and it also threw you a cool curveball right before the end, and I really love that. And Chance of Sennaar is here
for Christmas.
This is one I wanted to be able to play before we got here, but what are you gonna do?
Hey, got it.
All right, on that note, we are in our top 3.
Oh, snap.
My number 3 is Baldur's Gate 3. And I did it
That
purposely
really worked out with 4 and 3.
Yeah, I did. I've just realized that I didn't do it on purpose. I think there is a world where I got further in this game and beat it and finished it, and it's my game of the year. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world where that didn't happen.
We live in a world where we hope by 2025 to hit Act 2.
No guarantees. We'll see what happens. But this game is really impressive. It straight up does the D&D. If you want to do that, you basically can.
I mean, there's a lot of random like world like things that'll happen that probably won't happen to every player. This one little gnome kept trying to steal my gold out of my pocket all the time.
It was me.
And I had to just keep throwing him.
It was Bilbo Baggins your gold.
But it's just that it's like the little things, the memories, and like the fun stuff that you can have. It's just like I haven't beaten it, so it's not on my list. But I love just that aspect of it.
I really wish I would have played more multiplayer with this game, because then I think I would have really enjoyed it more.
Mm-hmm.
I played about 50 hours. I got about probably close to the end of Act 2, and I just completely fell off the game. But I really think if I played more multiplayer, that was when we had the most fun, definitely, with the game. When we tried it.
You can the multiplayer is a really good way to just have wacky fun with friends. But yeah, and I just think the sheer, it's impressive. When you have to think about like all the different branching paths for all the dialogues and decisions you make, and how it is it's not just like, oh, you build your camp and these are your companions for the game and they're here and maybe they won't like you. Like, no, you can straight up piss people off enough that they leave, and that's it. That character is gone. You can straight up
can also just kill them before you recruit them.
Yes, you can shoot Will with acid, and then he won't join your camp.
Dude, he got so mad. It was a fucking accident, bro. He wouldn't even let me apologize. He just started shooting. I'm just like, all right. Oops.
But yeah, I don't think much more needs to be said. I really enjoyed it. But it's I guess the only thing to be said is that it's a fucking commitment. If you want to get through that game, it is a commitment, and I don't have time for commitments.
No,
anyway.
We're still trying to plan.
But you proposed to us. Isn't that a commitment?
Well, you guys didn't commit to an answer, so I guess not.
Thank God.
Fine.
All right. My number 3 is Like a Dragon Gaiden, the Man Who Erased His Name. I was burnt the fuck out when Yakuza 7 came out and was just so like ready to toss the rest of the series to the curb and then just like slowly munch on Judgment to like get like whatever I needed from the series.
Just little Yagami bites, a little Kaido nibble here and there.
Every once in a while, just be like, all right, this is good enough. And I remember hearing about, I haven't played Ishin yet, but hearing about Gaiden coming out and being like, all right, this, all right, this could be fun. I did not expect to absolutely love it, and knowing where it sits in like specifically the Kiryu timeline as Kiryu himself, his true narrative end, the end of his arc, and oh god, like it's just chef's kiss perfect. Every little element, everything new that's added, it not only makes it feel fresh, but also They do the wackiest shit, and it's so fitting. Still, I don't know how it's so fitting, but it just is.
They are experts at having that balance between all of the side content just being so, I mean, wacky.
Weird.
It is hilarious, like laugh out loud funny every single game. And then you get to the main story and it's so fucking dramatic and serious, and it somehow just all works.
I got to take a quick tangent and say that I have been I'm in a slump right now because I got to go back to grinding, but I have been playing Yakuza 7 again. I think I'm in chapter 9 right now, but I was playing, and after doing Gaiden, because for some reason whatsoever, out of the 8 or so Yakuza games that I have played and beaten, this was the one where the all the side content and collectibles and side missions appealed to me. I don't know why, but I was
Maybe because
in
it
the
was
middle.
smaller in scope.
I think that was like probably part of it. It felt more welcoming, but like an hour in, like I'm in chapter 1 and I'm down at the fucking like arcade playing the claw machines trying to get the shit, and I keep missing it and I'm getting pissed, and I get it and I'm like, oh, what's over at this claw machine? I'm working on that one trying to get this one, only to realize later for fun that like I could give those away as gifts, and I was like, okay, that's cool, I like that. But before I get too deep into that, I was playing Yakuza 7 and I was just walking around randomly because after playing Gaiden, I was like, maybe I'll just do some more side content here and there. And out of nowhere, it just stopped and a cutscene started playing. And I had the biggest grin on my face because this random man walked up to me and said, can you tell me how to get to the station?
Oh yeah.
I lost it. I was like,
Yeah.
I completely forgot that it was Yakuza 7, that
Yep.
was what it was from, and I was not anticipating it at all, but it popped in, and I was so happy. I was so happy. I loved it.
I'm glad you kind of got that with Gaiden, just like getting kind of sucked into that, because
Mm-hmm.
all those side activities and just the level of detail in the small little like cutouts of cities that they put in these games is what, like, it's what pushed me so far to be like, I have to go to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And went to Japan, and it is almost fucked up how accurate the Yakuza games are.
Yeah.
Like, it is like being immersed in the Yakuza games and then going there and being like, I know all of these things, and it's because of the Yakuza games and the detail that they put into the cities and the interactivity within them.
You're just that one asshole who played GTA 5 a couple of times and went to California and was like, oh, dude, I totally shot someone in the back of the head right up here at the pier. Oh, that was so sick.
Yep. That's what I did in Yakuza. I walked down the
ding,
streets
ding,
and
ding,
started
ding.
beating people. Oh, God, the legal bell is coming in.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, Lile.
Yeah, Like a Dragon's perfect. It's a perfect game. Good game, perfect game. Good.
Perfect game. Speaking of perfect games, Stray Gods is my number 3, and I've talked about it on the podcast before and gushed over it so much. This is the role-playing musical, if you've heard of that. And it's just, why do people not haven't people not done this before? I don't understand, because it's such a cool concept, and the way that the songs change with what dialogue choices you make is still so super impressive for me. I'm still playing this with my mom, and she's doing completely different stuff than I am, and the songs, they still work. I don't know how, but even if you go complete batshit on your choices, it always works, and it's so good. And I love it. I'm still listening to the soundtrack. I'm a total theater kid, so this is like my dream come true. So Stray Gods.
I still gotta play that one.
Yeah, it feels very you, Dave.
I love me some musicals.
All right, we are into top 2 territory. We are closing in on our number 1s.
Not the
My
terrible
number 2.
twos.
Hi-Fi Rush 2.
I know. I was like,
It's so sad that it broke the
Yeah.
continuity.
Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush, we've talked about it a bunch. It just it takes the it's the perfect blend, especially feels like for me, who's someone who loves rhythm games, and the way it ties into a Daytime Dylan game, and just the writing and the bright, colorful, vibrant art, and the animation, and the way that all the cutscenes and everything will line up to the beat of the song, which I talked about, like how difficult it was doing that, and then having that transition right into gameplay in like almost the same exact art style, and it was just fun. It brought me back to just having pure fun and just fun.
It's a fun game.
I was a kid playing that. Fun.
Yeah.
Fun.
So my second is Starfield.
Not fun. Sorry.
So you beat the game and it's a time loop and you go through this portal and then you go to another
Spoiler
universe.
alert. He just jumped right into the end. Just no warning, no nothing.
I have to explain it because this is the reason why it's so high. You start Starfield. You play the game. Throughout the game, you get harassed. There's this ship and it comes out of nowhere and you meet this dude and he's in this mask and this suit and you're like, who are you? And he's like, fuck you. I'm doing this shit and I'm getting my things. And you're like, no, fuck you. And you start going to get this shit. Those are the powers. And then you beat the game and he's like, yo, what's up? By the way, there's this portal and if you go through it, it's a whole other universe. And so it's a multiverse and you go do that and you start over and do that again, but you're still you and it's up to the choices you make. And so you do that and then you do it again. So the coolest thing about this game is how I'm thinking of another E word. Executes.
Really struggling with the E's today.
How it executes a continuous, like, single character playthrough. Because any game could do a new game plus, but how you can make a character and play through the entire story and hop into new game plus as the same character but have it still be real, like you still have the same memories, you still have the same everything, like you're gonna go through the same situations again knowing how they, like, how the outcome is. You could change the outcome, you can do this, you can do that. What's so fucking fun?
I don't want to spoil it, but there's one game on my list that does exactly the same thing. You don't get any more powers, but it's like you know now what's happening. But I'm not gonna say which game because I don't want to spoil it.
As you go on and like continue it further and further, new game plus 4, 5, 10, 30, things just keep changing, and you know, things are here, things are there. There's always something like gonna be like something new to just like wrap around your brain. On top of it, it's been a space mega RPG that is maybe not to the same level as people wanted to when it came to the previous Bethesda games, but I'm a sci-fi nerd lover and I love sci-fi
You love
nerds.
sci-fi nerds. That's the whole reason you like this game, is that sci-fi nerds love it and you're like, ooh.
I'm also a sci-fi nerd, I want to add, and I did not love this game. Play The Invincible, by the way.
I'm a
He's just
sci-fi
he's
nerd lover.
I'm a lover, not a hater.
Oh.
Oh god, he's broken now. Are you okay?
I don't know.
That was a good one.
That alone kind of sold me on Starfield. Welcome back.
Crying so bad. This is a game that I have wanted for a long time. A first-person sci-fi RPG. It's just a very expansive and just a real good time.
My number 2 is The Wreck, and we have talked about that so much that I don't think I need to add anything. But yeah, as emotional impacts go, that was definitely the game that hit the hardest for me this year, and that's why it's number 2.
All right, we've reached the end of this journey as we now say our game of the year for each of us, and then we're all gonna fight. Mine, if you could not tell by this point, was Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. And I just a couple more points because I don't have to sell Dave. I have to sell you, Lyle. I have to sell you on this.
I don't think you can.
I think I beg to differ. Okay, so a couple of things I'm not going to rehash everything we already talked about because that would be redundant. Couple of things I want to add, which was kind of piggybacking off of what Dave said. This game was the first one in a while in this series that really like got me. Like it gave me the same feeling I got when I played Zero, which is the kind of unanimously considered the best Yakuza game.
It gave
and
me
the one that
same thing.
Yeah, it is. I am now like every day on Yakuza Reddit, like
Oh no,
just reading about it. So there's that. There is the aspect of this is definitely Kiryu's last game where you are just playing as him.
it's his nice send off.
It is, and he is in the next Infinite Wealth as a dual protagonist. You are playing as him and Ichiban, but Ichiban is the main character there. Also, it was revealed semi-recently that Kiryu in the next game has been diagnosed with cancer. And he has already started to... People are breaking down his character models, and you can already see he is considerably less buff than he has been in the series.
This poor fucking guy.
This is
I also want to say I didn't laugh because I think cancer is funny, but because of course that's happening to him. That's just why.
And so this was definitely the last. Like I don't see how they, even if he beats cancer, I think they're clear he's gonna get sick and not be the Dragon of Dojima anymore.
If they have like EpiPen syringes to make Master Arakawa be able to stand up and walk around out of a wheelchair, then I think that in Japan, that is in the Yakuza universe, final mission of the game: cure cancers in the Millennium Tower. They're rushing up to the top. They have 3 minutes before it explodes.
The game takes place in Hawaii. The next one's in Hawaii. It's not in Japan.
They take an underground bullet train from Hawaii to Japan.
Of course.
Everything's secret.
I don't think I don't think it necessarily has to end in death for him. There is a happy ending here, but this is kind of it. And I am now going to get into spoiler territory because I think you need to hear the emotional impact that this game gave us, Lyle. So we may have mentioned, I don't know, we talk about Yakuza a lot to you. So,
to me, yes.
Yeah. there was a girl that Kiryu
He
loved.
was a boy.
Yes.
Can I make it?
Yeah, they just kept battering you at the end. Like they gave you the
Yeah.
moment, and then they were just like peppering it in even more. So it's like you just like,
So
you
did she
just got
die before?
composed.
Sorry,
She's dead.
She's dead. Okay.
So what happened was this is going back now to the very beginning of the story, but they were in love. Kiryu was going to propose. He is part of the Yakuza at this point, you know. And he has his best friend Nishiki, who committed a bad crime, and not on this happens in the Yakuza world, but Nishiki's sister was really sick and gonna die. So Kiryu, being the selfless hero that constantly sacrifices himself for everyone, took the fall for the crime and went to prison for, what was it, 10 years, Dave? Something like that?
He's gone to prison so many times. They all blend together.
In that span, said girl that he fell in love with had moved on. Not necessarily moved on, but she did get married. I think she got married. She had a child, essentially, is the main point. And then mom, who he loves, dies. He does not get to propose. He takes said child under his wing, Haruka. Now, this leads into he takes care of her, and it becomes a complicated thing of he is basically the righteous man in the Yakuza. He's very powerful, and he's taken down a lot of bad people. He needs to protect her because he is essentially her father. And in Yakuza 3, he has an orphanage because he grew up an orphan. So he has an orphanage. He has Haruka. Haruka has a kid. So there's a baby involved now. And they're all at this orphanage. Yakuza 6 happens. He fakes his death, essentially. And not essentially, he just does. He fakes his own death because it is safer for Haruka and all the kids at the orphanage that he helped raise, and Haruto, who is Haruka's son. And it was a sacrifice for him because he now never gets to see them again. But he knows that they will be safer this way. They won't be targeted because of him.
To be honest, really stupid move. Because, like, don't get me wrong, he was the main target and they could have been in danger. But, like, do they completely forget the fact that Haruka was a, like, mega pop superstar and, like, absolutely wanted by so many people? And, like, with Kiryu out of the picture, that's literally just an open invitation to stalkers galore to be like, well,
flip side, that is very on par with how that goes in Japan. You have your pop star idols, and then they hit a certain age, and then they're just, that's it. Everyone forgets about them.
Yeah.
Anyway, this brings us to Gaiden. The organization that helped fake his death, it was kind of like a trade-off. They fake his death. He works for them and does not spill their secrets, so to say. And the game happens, and it's the end of the game, and they have they monitor the orphanage and the kids as like it was part of the deal. They protect them, and they also basically funds the whole orphanage. But they had a camera on Kiryu's fake grave, and it was the anniversary of his death, his fake death. And they showed Kiryu the recording. This is at the end. This is like his reward for being such a good agent, essentially. And two of the orphans, who you now see as essentially grown up, they didn't give an age, probably around 20. They find the camera, and they're like, at first weirded out by it. They're like, why is this camera here? But then the one is like, they called him Uncle Kaz. That's what they called Kiryu. And the one guy was like, this is weird. They're watching Uncle Kaz's grave. And then they're like, Uncle Kaz, we kind of figured you weren't dead. And they were like, I think we can, like, maybe we could get a message to him. So they just start talking about how well they're doing. And like Dave mentioned, the one is like, I'm a volunteer firefighter now. And it while this is happening, you're like watching this through Kiryu's perspective. It's first person, and you can like hear him start crying. His hands are starting to shake. You like see the drips of tears hitting the screen. And the more they kept talking about how good they were doing, and the more he kept like more aggressively crying, the more I start aggressively crying. And then they were like, we're gonna come back tomorrow. We'll bring the whole gang. We'll like try to get you another message. We'll leave you something. But of course, the organization was like, well, they found the camera. We have to move it. But they did take a picture of the gift that was left for him, and it was a drawing from Haruto, so Haruka's son, drawn very much so like a 4-year-old would draw. But it was basically Kiryu in the middle, like surrounded by all the different kids and everything. And then it hit Kiryu even more, and he's crying even more because he realizes that he has been completely absent in Haruto's life, and like how old he is now, and how he's reaching an age where he can start drawing and maybe talking or communicating. And the line was like, I guess I always needed them more than they needed me. And it was so emotional. It was like one wave of ugly crying and then another wave of uglier crying.
I'm already tearing at it.
It is,
because I'm just remembering everything. So it's just, and it's like, that's the thing too. It's not just that, like, you go through 7 games before it and this entire journey, and it's just, it's so grounded and deep with these characters.
it just for how long this series has been going on since the PS2 and where it's at now, like going through this whole journey with these characters, like it's weird, but you do start to feel like I helped those kids in the orphanage. Like I did all of this with them, and like it as much as it impacts Kiryu, it impacts you, the player. That's my sell on Gaiden for Game of the Year.
I think it's great too, because for me personally, it's a good like circle, because I mean it's a for Kiryu specifically, it's an 8 game run. And I am still shocked to this day that Yakuza 0 had the ability to just get me to just start bursting.
Yep.
And here
that's
we
what
are,
hooked everyone.
crying again right at the end. Just feels like a nice completion.
All right, Dave, what's your Game of the Year?
I mean, yeah, I really like Zelda. Zelda was really good. I wanted to do everything. I thought the above worlds were great. I thought the underground was great. I did all the light things. I went everywhere. I did most of the side quests. I loved the building. I loved flying. Flying is a fun thing to do, and I was having a lot of fun just building random rocket this, fan that, just the letting the creativity go. And like I could just see that as an easy, just fun thing to go back to even years later, to just mess around with, play and build, because just the things that people could create with what they've made for us. And you know, having it be the first Zelda game that I've ever beaten, it, like the first one that truly clicked for me, and just everything just made sense and felt right, and I thought it was great. And I don't know if I teared up. I think there was some really good points with the cutscenes I really liked with what they did with the story. But just everything, I don't know, I loved it. That was a good fucking game. Like they took the best game of the year and made it better. Swag.
My favorite, as I've said already in the best indie category, is the Pale Beyond. I can only reiterate what I've already said. I love the characters. That's always what I come back to. I also bought my eyes out at this game. And there's just nothing better than waiting for a game hearing about it every once in a while, and then it comes out and it's amazing. And then afterwards you also they did like a mini documentary of their dev journey and all their decision making, and I also watched that just because I wanted more intake. I just wanted to know more about the world that they were creating, and yeah, The Pale Beyond, I love it. It's my number one this year.
All right. That brings us to good.
Wow.
That brings us to our official top 10. And I think we have made our arguments already, and it's time to just start saying games are in the top 10 and other ones can be cut. I think to start, it is fair to say that our 3 game of the years should just immediately get like a pass
Yes.
into our official top 10, if not our just straight up top 5. I think that they all belong there.
Yes, and then I also think Hi-Fi Rush should definitely be on there because we all love that game.
I'm not arguing with that.
The Wreck and Cocoon. Those are 3 more that I think should be on there.
I agree with that. I am fine. Viewfinder, I'm gonna cut. Resident Evil 4, honestly, I'm gonna cut it. If
what was the other one besides the Wreck?
Cocoon.
Cocoon.
I'm gonna get rid of Resident Evil 4 because, like I kind of said, like I'm the only one that had that, and it feels weird keeping just like a remake of an old game on here. We got a lot to cut here still. We have 4 spots left already. We got 6 games.
I'm fine. Tin Hearts can go. Loretta can go because those are so story heavy that I don't think they make sense to be on here. Chance of Sonar can go. We already have a good puzzle game. Can I delete Starfield?
I'm fine with deleting Starfield.
I'll get rid of Dead Space because it's a remake.
I will get rid of Mario. It's again, I'm the only one that played that, and it's
Oh yeah, Killer Frequency also can go. That is fun if you are looking for fun games to play during horror season.
Hogwarts Legacy is gone.
Yes, please.
Lile, how do you feel about Thirsty Suitors?
Thirsty Suitors and Lies of P, I think should also be on here, right? Because Lies of P, both of you had, and Thirsty Suitors, both of us had that.
I'm fine with that, and that would leave us with 2 games that still make it out of these, right? Or no, 1 game.
1 game.
Well, maybe we should just start cutting some things.
I think then it should be, even though I don't want it to be super high on here, Baldur's Gate 3.
That's what I was thinking, but
yeah.
I think Dave, it's. I mean, okay, so I guess I'll start. Lyle, are you okay with American Arcadia, Stray Gods, and the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood not being on here?
Yes.
Okay, then Dave, I feel like you're kind of
left.
Dave, you're kind of making some big concessions here. So I am open to, if you think any of these 3 games should be over the games that we have selected already in our top 10, I'm open to hearing that.
We only have 9 though.
Only 3?
Well, that's what we're doing. We have our 3 in the top 5, and then everything that we want to cut, we're cutting. Anything left over goes into the bottom 5. We work out from there and then see what goes up.
Okay, so which one of these 3 do you want in there? Please don't say Starfield.
I don't think Starfield's a really good game by any means. But it was your number 2. I'm not gonna take that away from you if that's what you feel should be there. All right, it's between he got rid of Spider-Man. It's between Starfield and Wolong.
And he is thinking so hard. What emotions is he feeling? We can't really tell.
He's switching back and forth between them.
Has a little smile around his lips. What does it mean?
Oh shit!
Don't put an F there.
Sorry.
Contender. He's getting steely-eyed.
All right.
Okay.
Wo Long has been cut. Starfield is in the top 10.
It's gonna be number 10 though.
Yes,
There is no discussion about it.
I think we should work from the bottom up because it will be easier to rank the bottom games than the top ones. And yeah, I think Starfield's got to be number 10.
Yeah.
I think you have two of us that really didn't like the game and one that did.
It's a really good game.
It really ain't.
Brutal.
I'm sorry.
I don't know exactly how we want to rank this. I am okay with Baldur's Gate 3 being at the bottom. I think I'm the only one that feels strongly about that, and I didn't even get that far in it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Totally fine with that.
So are we okay with that, Dave, with 10 and 9?
We should do Starfield and Baldur's Gate as a joint.
No,
you've already made your own rules with these rankings. We're not.
At least I beat Starfield.
Yeah, but just because your rules are your rules doesn't mean they have to be my rules.
It's a good game. That's a good game. I made a Batwing. That's a good game.
I actually think this list is almost fine. I mean, if you feel stronger about Lies of...
I think
I was going to
Rush
say
is
Pi.
too high.
No, I think Hi-Fi Rush should actually be higher. We all love that game.
Yeah, I like Hi-Fi Rush towards the top. I think if Lyle, you are more passionate about the wreck.
Oh yeah.
I have a hard time seeing Hi-Fi Rush below top 5. Now, if you want to make an argument for something like Cocoon over the wreck, I'm open to that. But
yeah,
I feel Hi-Fi Rush has got to be in that top 5.
Yes.
I would put Lies of P above Cocoon.
Okay.
I'm
fine with Thirsty Suitors being 8.
I think Thirsty Suitors is good at 8 as well.
Yeah. 7, not 8. Sorry.
No, that's 8.
8.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yes, counting is a thing.
But before we get to the top 3, we should really finish these next 4. So we have Hi-Fi Rush, The Wreck, Cocoon, and Lies of P.
I mean, with the Pale Beyond, I'm actually fine putting it lower. It doesn't have to be in the top 3 because I'm the only one who played it, and the other ones we all, except for Lies of P. Oh no, and The Wreck also we also didn't all play that, but I'm fine with Pale Beyond being like 7 now. I'm totally okay with that.
What do you think,
Dave? It's our combined top 10. That's why I'm saying.
Dave? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Cocoon at 7.
You're thinking Cocoon at 7?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can live with Cocoon at 7. That's around where it was on mine, and it was higher up on yours, Dave, but didn't make Lyle's top 10. So 7 could be a nice little cozy spot for it. So I guess if Lyle's throwing the Pale Beyond there, although I think that your passion for that definitely pushes it up towards the top. We're looking at Lies of P. All right, Dave, how strongly do you feel about Lies of P?
Pretty strong. I feel like in that game there were many times like I mentioned, I felt very immersed. I felt like there were many times I just wanted to experience the world as you're playing. I don't know how far you got with it, but you're given audio tracks in the form of records, and for most of the times I would just head back to the hub Hotel Krat and just like walk over to the record player, put it in, walk around, talk to everybody. A lot of them had some pretty decently compelling stories. I really enjoyed my time there, and that is like a layer that I was not expecting to like as much as I did in a game so focused on just destructing like horrible combat, just mean.
Lyle,
Yes.
how do you feel about those last three going in the order of Lies of P, Hi-Fi Rush, The Wreck?
I would actually say Hi-Fi Rush should be above because we all three of us just played it and we loved it.
I was gonna say Lies of P, The Wreck, Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
just as
in
it
what
is.
order? In what
Just
order?
as,
Just
as it is.
No. I just said
Okay,
it
no, yeah.
backwards.
Dave wants to do it backwards.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think that there's a compromise
No.
here that I feel okay with, which is Lies of P, Hi-Fi Rush, The Wreck. Going from top to from 4, 5, 6.
No. We
Yeah, I'll take that.
wait. Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, The Wreck.
No.
That's what you just said, though, right?
No, not me.
Dave is making a big fight for Lies of P at 4.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We all played Hi-Fi Rush. And it's our combined. I'm totally fine with putting The Wreck below Lies of P. That's totally fine for me.
I am admittedly I'm playing a game here of this is not where I'm picking my fight. I am okay. I'm okay with Hi-Fi Rush being below Lies of P.
But that's so sad. We all played that.
I mean, I'm also
like
if
Lies of
it's
P
number 4,
so
I won't
much
complain
better.
about that.
What?
Well, well, Lyle, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Because you were talking about the Pale Beyond. Hear this out. What if we did Hi-Fi Rush number 3?
No.
Then Lies of P, and then the Pale Beyond.
I'm fine with that.
Are you are you cool? The Pale Beyond moving down that low?
Yeah.
Dave,
I still don't know how I feel about the order of it.
what? You seem very passionate about Lies of P just being above Hi-Fi Rush.
Because that's a personal. Like I thought Hi-Fi Rush had some really cool moments, but as an overall experience, I loved everything about Lies of P.
Yeah, but as you said, that's a personal. And that's totally fine that it's far above your personal
gave
top
away
10.
so much in the nominations and is finally calling in their punishment pass.
We both did, dude. We both did.
I need to give up something here, which is why I'm so okay with Hi-Fi Rush. Like, I would love it towards the top, but I think Lyle, you're making the bigger fight for Hi-Fi Rush than I am.
Yeah, because we all played it, and I think this is our combined top 10. So I would love to, at least in the top 3, have a game that we all played.
That is true. Right now, we don't have a game in the top 3 that we all played.
Yes, and I know that I'm not gonna win against Zelda or Like a Dragon, so my fight is with Hi-Fi Rush because we all played it.
I mean, this is getting a little different now, but I would be even. I mean, Dave's not going to be okay.
I think we're letting mind games play with us right now.
I was going to say I'd even be okay with the Pale Beyond above Zelda.
I know that's not going to happen. I'm totally fine to concede that today if Hi-Fi Rush can be number 3. I'm totally fine with that. I just don't want Lies of P to be above it. That doesn't feel right.
All right. What if what if Hi-Fi Rush is number 2 and Lies of P is number 4? What's going on? Dave is erasing everything.
I'm getting it to where it needs to be.
Okay. That makes sense. Right up to the side. All right. I think that this is a split between our top 5 and bottom 5. This is true.
So bottom five's confirmed. We have number 10 as Starfield. Number 9 is Baldur's Gate 3. I almost said 3. Number 8 is Thirsty Suitors. Number 7 is Cocoon. Number 6 is The Wreck.
And I'm totally fine with number 5 being The Pale Beyond.
All right.
I feel bad.
And then Lies of P, then Hi-Fi Rush, and you two can battle out whatever game you want to be number 1.
I mean, I'm not going to argue with Hi-Fi Rush at number 3. I just feel like I'm doing a lot of winning.
You also played a lot of games that either me or him played. So that's just your...
You asked us, hey, what are good games we should play? And we
I
gave
did.
you good games to play, and you
Yes.
enjoyed those good games.
I did.
Exactly.
You fucking asshole.
I'm fine. I am okay with Hi-Fi Rush 4 Lies of P3.
No, I am not. I protest.
I'm good with that.
I protest.
I'm okay with that as long as Gaiden is Game of the Year.
I want in the top 3 a game that we have all played.
All right, what if we did Gaiden Game of the Year number...
If you say Lies of P at number 2, I'm gonna kick you.
Hi-Fi Rush at number 2, Lies of P number 3, and Zelda number 4. How do we feel about... I mean, I feel like Lyle's the one just getting shafted in that, though.
No, I'm fine with Hi-Fi Rush being up there. I like that. I mean, that at number 1 now.
They're gone.
Hi-Fi Rush is just gone.
They're gone.
I mean, let's just put it on. Let's put it on paper and see how it looks. How's that looking? Oh God. How does that tickle your loins, Dave?
Okay.
Oh, that was an unexpected twist.
That was an unexpected twist, but I'm totally fine with that.
I mean, Lies of P is just a good Souls game, but Zelda had a pretty revolutionary thing going.
I mean, I'm fine with Zelda number 2. If you want to switch Zelda,
No. We leave it at that.
I mean, I'm also very okay with this order right here.
What
are you doing, Dave? They just moved Hi-Fi Rush out of the top 10 entirely.
He's just getting rid of all of it now. Fine, I'm not gonna argue anymore.
This order I'm happy with. I feel like Lyle, you lost a lot here though.
It's fine. I'm totally fine with that. I just wanted one game in the top 3 that we have all played, and I achieved that goal.
Is this it? Are we finalizing our order?
Yes.
I'm out of Sprite.
All right. Our official top 10. Number 10, Starfield. Number 9 is Baldur's Gate 3. Number 8 is Thirsty
Boulder
Suitors.
Gates.
Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate
you.
3 is a different thing. Number 8 is Thirsty Suitors. Number 7 is Cocoon. Number 6 is The Wreck. Number 5, The Pale Beyond. Number 4, climbing its way up, was Lies of P. Number 3, Hi-Fi Rush. Number 2, Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. And Game of the Year, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. I feel I can't win a Game of the Year for like 5 years after this.
It's a good game.
But he
Really
played
good
it too, and
game.
he really
I know,
loved it
but
too.
also, I got Elden Ring over Pokemon last year too.
Okay, so next year, Dave, we won't let
Yeah.
Dylan win.
Unless we
We
all
just won't let him
unanimously
play
agree.
anything.
We just let him play things that we have also played.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to this season. We will have a week off. We are taking a break, and then we will be back with the Game Awards recap and reactions.
Thank you so much. And thank you guys for inviting me this year.
Whoop,
Yes.
whoop.
It was a lot of fun.
It was.
We're all winners.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Lyle.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.